My name is Willie, and I am an alcoholic. And that's all right, because that's one of the nicer names that I've been called. And Betty's pretty and a real dignified name, so I'll settle for that. Because people have often asked me, is this short for Wilma or Wilhelmina? And no, my father named me Willie after his older brother, and that's that. So it is my real name. It's not a nickname. Okay, I have a job up here this morning, and I hope y'all don't wear out, because as the time is, I usually take about 9.5 hours. Those of you who have been to Pompano Beach or any of the Mid-America seminars with Joe and Charlie and I. Oh, thank you. I'll get up on this bar stool here in a minute. I'll feel real comfortable. Those that have been to seminars where we do the Big Book and the 12 and 12, it takes about 9.5 hours for me to go, because when I do the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, I use the directions that are in the book. These books were given to us, our Big Book and this 12 and 12, as guidelines and directions. And I can do the 12 steps off the top of my head in 30 minutes. I can do them in an hour by just telling you, okay, this is what I did. But there's so many out there that this is not going to help. They're new people. They're people that have been around a long time, that have stayed sober on the fellowship, and it's been all right for a while. But in the long run, we're told that this won't get it done. These directions are important to us. I have not found it absolutely necessary. I'll wait till I get tired. I haven't found it absolutely necessary to take a drink of alcohol since June the 19th, 1957. And I know there's some of you young people that are sitting down there saying, my God, she's been sober longer than I've been born. That's okay for you to sit down there and say that, hon, but don't come up here and tell me that. I am from Spring, Texas. I'm a native Texan. And so I know there's nobody down here that really ponders about what the use of the word y'all, because I'm going to be using it. It's normal for me. And all it is the plural for all y'all. It's for our New Yorkers' sake, those that... In the forward to the 12 and 12, I ask that it be put on the flyer that you bring your 12 and 12, because that's what we're going to go by, directions. And in the forward, it tells us here in the second paragraph that this book deals with the 12 steps and the 12 traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. It presents an explicit view of the principles by which AA's members recover and by which their society functions. AA's 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in their nature, which, if practiced as a way of life, can expel the obsession to drink and enable the sufferer to become happily and usefully whole. Dear God, that's what I wanted when I got here. I was scattered in so many pieces. And this book promises us that we can be usefully whole. Our big book promises us that. A lot of people avoid the 12 and 12 because they think that it's sort of being not very faithful to the big book, that in some way it's in competition with the big book. And I think if you really look at it, you're going to find that no, it complements the big book. In no way am I saying that, our 12 steps aren't spelled out for us beautifully in our big book. But we see that Bill, after the big book was published, over the next 12, 13 years, Bill got letters. He got lots of letters. He got lots of phone calls asking, Bill, what did you mean when you say in the big books such and so? What did you mean by that? Or can you make this a little bit plainer? And Bill knew that he needed to have a supplementary text. I'm a teacher by profession, taught school for 37 years. And a lot of people, whisper around that, my God, that's why she drank. And I know that in many of the courses that I've taught throughout those years, I would have a basic text for the students, and I'd have a supplementary text. You remember those. That went into further detail of what the text had told them. So I would tell them in the beginning, say if it was United States history, all right, this is the basic text over here. This is our supplementary text. We're going to know both of these books before this year's over with. So this is a complement, actually, too. And if we go over on page 17, it says the book, Alcoholics Anonymous, became the basic text of the fellowship, and it still is. This present volume proposes to broaden and deepen the understanding of the 12 steps as first written in the earlier works. See, this was published approximately 14 years after the big book. So Bill's telling us here that it broadens and deepens the understanding of the 12 steps. The last paragraph says, it's hoped that this volume will afford all who read it a close-up view of the principles and forces which has made Alcoholics Anonymous what it is. In AA Comes of Age, he tells us a little bit more about why they put together the 12 and 12. On page 219 of AA Comes of Age, it says, one more noteworthy event marked this quiet period of quiet, and that was that first 12 to 13 years. The publication of AA's 12 Steps and 12 Traditions in 1953. This small volume is strictly a textbook which explains AA's 24 basic principles and their application in detail and with great care. So we have a base for what we're going to do this morning and this afternoon of taking this textbook and seeing how it can broaden and deepen the understanding of the principles that we talk about in step 12 when we say practice these principles in all of our affairs. And we're going to dig out the basic principles. A beautiful man in the Akron area named Paul Kay, and I know a lot of you know him. We became very good friends, and he passed on to me a list of the principles that he had put together on his own. These are not in New York. They're not written in stone any place. I use them because Paul said, as I went over and over these steps, these are the principles that I dug out for each step that they're talking about in step 12 when they tell us to use them in all of our affairs. And many people have asked at meetings, we use these principles. Where are the list of the principles? There is no list. But each step gives us a springboard to use that particular principle and words like it, words that mean the same thing, in all of our affairs. So I take this little unlawful list of principles, and they're only guidelines. So if you wish to write them down, that's fine. But be sure as you're going through your 12 and 12, and as you think about your steps, that if you have some you can add, delete mine and put them there, or delete Paul's. Because I've used these. They're so helpful when I'm working with a new gal. And of course, I aim a lot of my my talk towards the women, because that's what I understand. I love you men, and our pain was exactly the same. We share through two things in this room this morning, and that's pain and loss of control of our lives. But all of our details are so different. Our backgrounds are so different. We're like those people on that great passenger ship that Bill tells us about in the big book. That we have a common ground, and we have that common pain. We have that common loss of control of our lives. But our details vary. And I naturally aim a few, so you men be patient. And it's not because I think women are so different. This has nothing to do with feminism or the woman's movement or anything else. It's just the basic difference. And I know you men are glad for the difference between men and women. All right, we'll go to step 1. And the principle that we want to think about here that we might want to add to our lives, start adding it right here when we take that step 1. When we're trying to help somebody go through the steps, this is where it's valuable to me. And I tell my gals, I say, okay, here's where we start on honesty. The basic principle of plain old honesty and acceptance of the facts of life. Acceptance of that life is going to twirl us around on a twig. And we have to be honest about all this twirling, or we're going to twirl off into the sunset. So let's consider our basic principle that we want to put into our lives and practice in all of our affairs is honesty and acceptance. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. And this is the part that kept me. I came to Alcoholics Anonymous in 1953. So see, if you haven't walked through the doors and been an immediate success, you have lots of company. There's a lot of us that had to make many a running start on this thing. But I'm firmly convinced that from that very first AA meeting I went to in Omaha, Nebraska, back in '53, that God took my hand. And even though I rejected everything that was said to me by the beautiful men that were trying to help me, not only in Omaha, but in Rantoul, Illinois, and in Seattle, Washington, and in Belleville, Illinois, and all sorts of places. I was married to a United States Air Force officer, a pilot, and we moved. And those men tried so hard, and I keep saying men for the simple fact that there weren't many women around in the 50s. And particularly because we were moving from place to place. Then if a woman did come along, it was about time for us to move on. Those men loved me sober. They put up with me. And how, I don't know, because I don't know why they didn't just kill me and tell God I died. But this was a stumbling block for me, in that admitting I was powerless over alcohol and that my life had become unmanageable. I was a periodic, as the majority of women are. Not all, but the majority of women are periodic. Many of you men are periodic or spree drinkers. You could level along for a while. I could go 3, 4, 5 months. And then there it was. There was no defense against that first drink, because I didn't know that was the problem to start with. But as these 4 years chugged along and I heard these men over and over talk about unmanageability, I slowly begun to see that my life was not just unmanageable when I was drinking. That wasn't when I was dishonest. Not all the time. I was dishonest when I was stone cold sober. And lying was not natural to me. I had grown up in a very, very placid background. In Spring, Texas, it's a very small town. We don't even have our own village idiot. We just all take turns. My life hadn't been complicated. Later on, I tried to convince a psychologist that I had gotten into all these problems because I had such a boring childhood. And of course, he wasn't buying that. He wanted all the details. So of course, you know what I did. I gave him details. I made up all the junk that I thought should have happened in this childhood that didn't happen. So when I would stop and think about the lies, lying had become such a part of my being, such a part of my psyche, such a part of my personality, that I didn't just lie about my drinking. I would tell a lie, almost to climb a tree and tell a lie when I could stand flat-footed on the ground and tell the truth. And why did I do that? To make myself feel better about the times in my life that were completely out of control because of drinking. And the feelings that drunkenness was taking away from me, the dignity of a woman. There's nothing more humiliating and hurtful and shameful than being a woman drunk. That doesn't take away from you men's pain. But you never see a cartoon about a woman drunk. When somebody starts to tell you about, a drunk story, they'll say there were these two old drunks. And you immediately imagine two fellows hanging on that bar stool. It very seldom starts off, there were these two old broads hanging on a bar stool. See, that's not going to be a funny joke. We're the wives and we're the mothers of the world. And so there is nothing funny. And when we begin to lose that dignity of being women, of being wives and being mothers, being companions, then we have to start making ourselves feel better, don't we? And I know that a lot of you men, when you think back, and if you were spree drinkers, you realize that your life wasn't just unmanageable when you were drinking. And that's what our 12 and 12 is starting here to tell us. Not only, and when I start helping a gal to go through these steps, I want them to understand that and to think about it. That they weren't just bad eggs when they were drinking. That this deterioration started when the obsession had set in. And when that allergy was full blown and their body was saying, please, please don't put any more alcohol into me. I'm allergic to it. And it was begging them not to. But that obsession had already taken place. And I think Bill does such a beautiful job here of explaining this obsession in a human being way. Dr. Silkworth wrote us another letter in 1947. It was in the grapevine. And he reminded us to never ever forget that we were human beings first. And that when we got alcohol physically out of our lives, the human beingness set in. That we weren't any different, Dr. Silkworth said, than the ordinary Joe walking down the street. Our troubles were coming from human being traits. And this is what Bill starts telling us here. He says, who cares to admit complete defeat? Practically no one, of course. Every natural instinct cries out against the idea of personal powerlessness. It's truly awful to admit that, glass in hand, we have warped our minds into such an obsession for destructive drinking that only an act of providence can remove it from us. That's a big pill to swallow. It was big for me. I thought, no way am I powerless. No. There's no way you fellows are going to sit here and tell me I still have my man. I still have my profession. I have no big marital problems because my drinking per se was not causing the problem. The change in Willie was causing the problem. The drinking wasn't any big deal. There's a lot of you men been in the service, and service people drink a little bit. When you go to somebody's house, they don't offer you a glass of buttermilk. You go to the officers' club and you go there for one reason, and that's to party. So the drinking wasn't all that out of the ordinary, just like it is with a lot of with the young people today. It's everywhere. Everywhere they go. They're even allowing it into the churches now, you know, when they have wedding receptions and all these things. That punch is not going to be pure as the driven snow or as pure as the church is. A lot of times the churches are allowing it there. We're living in a drinking world, and I was living in a drinking world back then. So the powerlessness, the word powerless, didn't really make any sense to me because I hadn't lost everything. These men that I would go into meetings with, they had lost wives and whole families and jobs, and everything that they had was gone. They had drunk up everything. And I could understand why they felt like they were powerless, and that they were ready to admit that they were powerless. But I would look at the material things that I had left. See, I didn't look in their eyes and see that pain and realize that my pain was becoming the same. I would hear them joke about all the various jams they had gotten into. And see, as a woman, I couldn't see anything funny about anything I had gotten into. And I could not see. The word subtly is used so many times in the big book and in the 12 and 12. And the subtlety of how this lying got to be a part of my nature. And it didn't just jump there. You know, there are 3 words in the English language. If you put them all in a paper sack, lying and rationalizing and excuse making, they're going to all fall out together when you turn it upside down. We start first by making excuses to ourselves. And we rationalize our behavior to ourselves. Not only our drunken behavior, but our behavior in between. And rationalizing and excuse making and lying mean the same thing. If I make an excuse to you today about something I did or didn't do that I should have done, if you turn me loose with that excuse, and if I don't check Willie real quick, I'm going to end up telling you a lie. You know, if I'm late for an appointment with you and I go in instead of just saying, you know, gosh, dog, I just didn't start early enough. Try not to let that happen again. But sometimes, you know, we don't want to look bad in any way, and we go in and we say, oh, Lord, there was a wreck on the freeway. There was this 18-wheeler, and it was crossways of the freeway, and I tried to get around the wreck, and I took a detour, and I got lost off where I thought I knew I was going, and blah, 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 and I'm turning into a liar. Because that's not what happened. I just didn't get started early enough. But I have to check myself. And to this day, I have to check myself. Because if I start rationalizing my behavior, if I start rationalizing by making excuses, that I'm going to end up lying. And this trait follows us, and it's one, this honesty has to become a part of my being. And I have to have enough guts to get in there and say, sorry I was late, but I just didn't get started in time. And then it's over, see? Because I can create unmanageability with that excuse I just gave you. Because, see, we'll have our lunch or whatever our appointment was about, and then I get in my car and I start driving home. And what do? I start worrying about whether that imaginary wreck is that it's not going to be on the 6 o'clock news. And I wonder what she's going to think when this horrible wreck isn't described in the 6 o'clock news. And what do? The old guilt sets in. And then the irritability sets in. And it becomes a chain reaction. So I must at all times try to be as honest as I possibly can. And every once in a while, Minnie Mouse gets loose, and I'll get into one of these big rationalizing and excuse-making things. But thank God I have this principle that I started out with in this step 1 to come to my aid. Bill tells us in that first paragraph that we just read, he said, who cares to admit complete defeat? He didn't say alcoholics can't admit defeat. He said, who cares? All of us, when we were little fellas, and if we've raised kids of our own, we do the same thing that was done to us. When we were just little old bitty tykes, and we tried to learn something new. Say we're trying to learn to tie our shoes. And man, the first time we got down there, and we got them in 14 different knots. What'd Mama say to us? Here, honey, I'll get it untangled for you, and you try again. In every new thing that we tried to learn, our parents didn't say to us, when they saw the tangled shoelaces, well, you'll never be able to tie your shoes, so I'll just go ahead and tie them for you, for the rest of your life. Try again. What about you men when you were out there trying to teach your kids how to catch a baseball? And his little old hands were out to here, and you'd go and adjust his hands and say, no, make a little pocket here for that baseball to go into. And he'd drop it, and what'd you say? Try again. He'd swing that baseball bat and miss that ball that far. You didn't say, well, son, let's go on in the house because you never will learn how to play baseball. No, you said, try again. That's what Bill's telling us here. We were trained, and we train our own children that way. Try again. You can do it. You can do it. What kind of humans would we be? God didn't put us here to let an obstacle, come up in our lives and we just say, well, that's it. I won't try that anymore. No, that's not the human being thing to do. And that's to keep on giving it a bloody go. So it wasn't so unusual that we kept on with our drinking and kept trying different ways. Lying to ourselves all along the way with excuses and rationalizing that if we just did it different, if the circumstances... Bill takes up that great big page in the big book telling us of all the different things or some of the different things that we tried, and we could add to his list on and on and on and make up a book of our own. When he tells us about Jim putting the whiskey in his milk. See, Jim was just trying to find some way to get that alcohol into him, which is not the least bit out of the ordinary. Because what Jim was trying to do was overcome an obstacle put in his path. If I do it a little bit different. So if you're new, and particularly I watch myself when I'm working with new people, and they're not, they're just not real happy about being powerless. And especially with the real high bottom drunks. We have a lot of people coming in now to us because we're getting so dignified. Sometimes I don't even recognize my own disease, but it's sort of getting to be a status symbol to be in Alcoholics Anonymous. We have to work sort of hard down in the Houston area to keep out the social climbers. But we get people that, have just barely touched, and Bill touches on that in this 12 and 12. He says the potential alcoholic. And man, when you get a hold of one of those, you have to be real understanding about this word powerless and the fact that they want to reject it. They still have homes. They still have spouses. They still have mates, the whatever. They still have all the material things in their life. They haven't lost any of that. And I have to be patient by knowing that their rejection over powerlessness is natural and normal, because Bill tells us here. At the bottom of the page on 21 there, it says, we know that little good can come to any alcoholic who joins AA unless he has first accepted his devastating weakness and all of its consequences. That's what it's talking about there. The unmanageability in between the drinking. The change that takes place in most of us. A very wise man told me one time, he said, you know, Willie, it's true. Many, many people, the personality of the person brings on the alcoholism. But in just as many cases, the alcoholism brings on the personality. And that's so true. The drinking span of a woman is approximately 6 to 7 years. You men can get by 15 to 20. And sometimes the subtlety of what is happening to us is absolutely baffling. And we don't see this change in us deep down inside, in our very personalities, in our character, in our psyche, that has to change. And he emphasizes here in all of its consequences, not just the drunkenness. He wants us to understand that. He said, unless he so humbles himself, his sobriety, if any, will be precarious. There's a promise. There are a lot of promises in this little 12 and 12. And there's one of them. He said, you know, until we so humble ourselves that we are powerless over alcohol, then our sobriety, if any, is going to be precarious. I don't want mine precarious. I want mine planted firmly on the ground. Another promise coming up here, of real happiness, he will find none at all. I want the happiness. There's one thing I've never been able to get off my inventory, and that's greed. Where this program is concerned, I want it all. I want all of it. I don't want just the sobriety. I want that happiness. I want that peace in the storm. I want all of it. This program is so magnificent and so big. The facets of it, we all can look at our own lives and see what it's doing for us, whether we've been sober 15 minutes or 100 years. It doesn't... The caliber of what we can become, that's what we're shooting at. And it tells me here that of real happiness, I'm not going to find any at all until I admit that powerlessness. Proved beyond doubt by an immense experience. This is one of the facts of AA life. The principle that we shall find no enduring strength until we first admit complete defeat is the main taproot from which our society has sprung and flowered. This admission of powerlessness, that we no longer have any control and there's no way for us to get it. There's no gimmick we can use. And to look at that unmanageability. It says, when first challenged to admit defeat, most of us revolted. There's our human beingness in us, isn't it? We had approached AA expecting to be taught self-confidence. Then we had been told that so far as alcohol is concerned, self-confidence was no good whatever. In fact, it was a total liability. I think sometime when we get into this powerlessness, it makes us realize that we once again have to go sort of against something that we've always been taught. And that's the emphasis on you can do it, I know you can do it. What is that? That's self-confidence. Our parents told us it was necessary. Our coaches in school told us it was necessary. Our teachers told us it was necessary. Have a little faith in yourself. Come on. You can do this. And that's a building of the self-confidence. Something that we want to develop in ourselves. But where alcohol is concerned, it's a total liability, he tells us here. That we can't keep going with this. There's some way I can do this. Because we're fighting an allergy of the body that's there. And I've never seen an allergy that is inside the body in the chemical makeup the way Dr. Silkworth tells us that our allergy to alcohol is reverse itself. Diabetes doesn't. I'm allergic to penicillin. I found that out in the 40s when penicillin was real new. I took it about 3 times before that allergy really became full-blown. And that explains to me so much the fact that I had a lot of good years of drinking. A lot of good years, just like a lot of y'all had down there. But when I started putting alcohol into my system on a regular basis, first time my reaction to penicillin wasn't all that bad. The second time I took it, the doctors didn't know all that much about it, so the little rash that I had, no big deal. The third time they gave me penicillin, I quit breathing. And do you know I haven't had any penicillin since? That allergy grew, and when it was full-blown, my body said, do not put any of that stuff in me again, and I haven't. And the alcohol is the same way. The allergy is there. And I would be just as crazy to pick up a drink now and try to think that this body in 37 years has changed except just gotten older. To think that that allergy is gone, I won't try it with penicillin. I don't care how sick I get. I'm always going to tell that doctor, don't give me any penicillin. I can be just that practical and cautious about the allergy that I have in my body. I can't be self-confident that after all this time that Willie's in, her life's pretty well going along here, and this has become a part of my life that, no reason why after all these years, surely I'm not allergic to alcohol. That's as crazy as the penicillin rationalization. Crazy. Our sponsors declared that we were the victims of a mental obsession so subtly, there's our word, powerful that no amount of human will power could break it. There was, they said, no such thing as the personal conquest of this compulsion by the unaided will. Relentlessly deepening our dilemma, our sponsors pointed out our increasing sensitivity to alcohol. An allergy, they called it. The tyrant alcohol wielded a double-edged sword over us. First, we were smitten by an insane urge that condemned us to go on drinking, and then by an allergy of the body that ensured we would ultimately destroy ourselves in the process. Those are the only 2 things I have to know. That obsession will come back very subtly if I don't watch it. And that's what all the one day at a time is all about. I can't just watch it when I'm here with you. I can't just watch it when I go to AA meetings. I can't just watch it when I'm helping somebody else. Willie has to watch it 24 hours a day, because that obsession is not going to hit me like a ton of bricks. It's going to come very slowly. And I'll let that obsession build if I leave these principles out of my daily living. If I get dishonest, then that obsession has a little bit of peephole in there, and it's going to start subtly creeping back in. Few indeed were those who, assail that ever won out through single-handed combat. It was a statistical fact that alcoholics almost never recovered on their own resources. And this has been true, apparently, ever since man has first crushed grapes. Now note there that it doesn't say that no one has ever quit drinking on their own resources. A lot of folks do on their own resources. But he used the word recovered there. Recovering from the damage that alcohol had done to me. And to keep that recovery as a daily part of my life. Because he does not say that no one can get sober. Almost any fool can get sober. We found that out because I was a fool for 4 years. I'd get sober and I'd stay sober a while. But see, the problem was I couldn't stay sober because that obsession was creeping all the time right there by me. And that allergy was already there. It's hard for me to leave a step. Y'all are going to find that out. And I hate, there's so many things in this 12 and 12 helping us on this first step. Over on page 23, it says, it's a tremendous satisfaction to record that in the following years, he's just been talking about the real low-bottom drunks. This has changed. Alcoholics who still had their health, their families, their jobs, and even 2 cars in the garage began to recognize their alcoholism. As this trend grew, they were joined by young people who were scarcely more than potential alcoholics. Just as the first time I took penicillin, there was only a rash on the back of my hands. I was not fully allergic at that time. They were spared that last 10 or 15 years of literal hell that the rest of us had gone through. Since step 1 requires an admission that our lives had become unmanageable, how could people such as these take this step? It was obviously necessary to raise the bottom the rest of us had hit to the point where it could hit them. This was one of the questions that Bill started to get. Look, Bill, I'm not completely, my life is not completely unmanageable. They'd write him letters and say, I still have my home. The kids are still here. I still have my job. And this is why Bill went to great lengths to show us here that, we had to, that's why the stories were changed in the back of the original big book. They raised that bottom to accommodate those people that hadn't lost everything they had. By going back in our own drinking histories, we could show that years before we realized it, we were out of control. That our drinking even then was no mere habit, that it was indeed the beginning of a fatal progression. To the doubters we could say, perhaps you're not an alcoholic after all. Why don't you try some more controlled drinking? Now, it doesn't say, won't you go out and drink some more and come back when, No, that's not what he suggests. He suggests that we tell our people and that he's telling us. If you're really not sure, there's only one way to find out. You can't answer a bunch of questions written down on a sheet of paper and find out. He suggests some more controlled drinking. Go out and see if you can drink 2 drinks. No more, no less. No more, no less. Every day for 2 weeks. Is there anybody in this room that thinks they can do that except the Aldons? Even thinking about it sort of makes me a little sick. For the fact that you tell me I can just have 2 drinks. Or I tell myself, he's saying, go ahead and try some controlled drinking. And that's what's meant by control. Name the number of drinks you're going to have, but be sure and take that first one. Whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, but take that first one every day. But set your limit at the beginning of that 2 weeks. And then never go beyond it. And even thinking about it is absurd. But we have people that can do that. I lived for 48 years with a man that could do it. God, it was repulsive. But when people come to us and they want to know why, if they're alcoholic, we have a tendency, and many people have a tendency in AA to tell them, well, did you do this, or did you do that, or did you have blackouts, did you so, a whole bunch of questions. And our facilities that are trying to help us, God bless them, I went into one not too long ago, and they had 6 pages of questions that the poor old alcoholic had to answer before he could be admitted, And I thought to myself as I flipped, some of those questions were 3 parts, that long. Paragraph questions. And I thought, oh, dear Lord. And I couldn't help but think about Wino Joe. We have a fellow down in Tyler, Texas. God bless him. He's gone now. But Wino, beautiful man, and he helped a lot of alcoholics. And he got tired of all these questions, you know, that people kept making up to test to see whether you're alcoholic or not. So Wino made up his own set of questions. And I can tell some of you have heard them. I asked Wino before he died if I could use these, and he said sure. And, of course, as I go along, I've, couldn't help but woman-like add a few of my own. But Wino started out, have you ever had the roof of your mouth sunburned? Have you ever been arrested while in jail? Have you ever been run over by your own car while driving it? Have you ever waited in line behind parked cars? Have you ever been married to the same woman twice and didn't remember either time? Have you ever become spiritually inspired by a mildew stain on a shower curtain? Have you ever called an ex-friend at 3 a.m. in December to ask just exactly what they meant by what they said at the July the 4th picnic? Now, see, our identity is a little bit better on these. The idiocy, the craziness, the insanity. These make more sense to us than, did their boss look at you funny when you got to work last week? And some of the questions that they made up. But Bill tells us there's a good way to find out if you're alcoholic. And for most of us that are, even the mere thought of controlled drinking makes us ill. Because deep inside we know that's over. Okay, at the end of step 1 there, he says, under the lash of alcoholism, we are driven to AA. And there we discover the fatal nature of our situation. Then and only then do we become as open-minded to conviction and willing to listen as the dying can be. We stand ready to do anything which will lift the merciless obsession from us. Honesty. That's what we're to get from step 1, and start practicing in all of our affairs. On our step 2, our beautiful promise there is hope. I talked about hope last night. Dear God, if we ever needed hope, we need it now. As a part of our daily lives. Because all we have to do is turn on the television and read a newspaper and see what's going on in the world today, and it gradually chips away at us. Chips away, and I have to watch that it doesn't chip away my faith in man and the ability to overcome obstacles. The pendulum swings in history of the human race. And yeah, we in some big trouble nowadays. But that hope that I planted there, that I try to carry in all of my affairs, is bedrock. And this is where we start in. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Came to believe that. This little book helps me an awful lot in working with other people too. It says the moment they read step 2, most AA newcomers are confronted with a dilemma, sometimes a serious one. How often have we heard them cry out, "Look, what you people have done to us. You have convinced us that we are alcoholics, that our lives are unmanageable. Having reduced us to a state of absolute helplessness, you now declare that none but a higher power can remove our obsession. Some of us won't believe in God, others can't, and still others who do believe that God exists have no faith whatever that He will perform this miracle. Yes, you've got us over a barrel, all right, but where do we go from here? He says, let's look first at the case of the one who says he won't believe, that belligerent one. It goes on to describe that one that's so belligerent and so angry with God that says, oh, what's God done for me? He's taken away my home, He's taken away this, and He's taken away that, because, see, I have to remember they're still thinking on the surface. And that belligerent one, I have to be patient and say, honey, you don't have to believe in any particular kind of power. You can pick your own God. Didn't they make beautiful allowances for that belligerent one? Because there's a steel trap right there when you tell him, you don't have to believe, except in something bigger than you are. And you can give him the example of the fact that, he doesn't have to believe in electricity when he flips that switch. You don't have to believe or understand electricity. You walk in a room and you flip the switch. Just to believe that power is there that's bigger than you are. We can look out our windows this morning, look at that ocean out there. It's bigger than we are. And there's no way that human beings can control that sucker out there. It's going to roll the way it wants to. Sometimes it rolls low and sometimes it rolls real high, doesn't it? There's so many things, I tell them, and that those men told me, Willie, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you have no control over. Something is controlling it. Just think about that something that controls all of the things that we can't explain. And it planted a seed. They didn't beat me over the head and say, now, this is the way you have to believe. See, they had already tried that in Alcoholics Anonymous, our founders, and it didn't work. When they were told, people that came to them, you've got to have this vision that I had. You've got to have this God that I have. They struck out. So they decided, okay, there is an easier, softer way here to go about this. We can tell them they don't have to believe in a God that they can even explain to anybody. I can't explain my God to anybody. When I got here, this was a real stumbling block to me because there was only one church in Spring, Texas. When I was growing up, that was the German Lutheran Church. We went through 2 long years of catechism studying. Then on Palm Sunday, we got up before the congregation and we were asked a certain set of questions. And if we couldn't answer those questions, we couldn't join the church. We had to go back and study some more. So I found, that I knew a lot about God, about Him. But it took Alcoholics Anonymous to teach me to know God. And there's a world of difference in that. To really know and be able to feel this presence at all times of this thing that's controlling a lot of things that no man can control. And I've begun to be able to buy that. Because I kept telling them I've had a strict religious upbringing and it's not doing me a bit of good. I just pray and pray and pray and pray to this God, the very strict God that I understood, or that I didn't understand, but that I had been taught about, and I knew a lot about. But to really know and to be able to feel Him deep inside here, where it counted, I couldn't do that. So I have to remember that I have to be patient too. And they gave, a good set of guidelines. This paragraph goes on to say, I know, well, says the newcomer, I know you're telling me the truth. It's no doubt a fact that AA is full of people who once believed as I do. But just how, in these circumstances, does a fella take it easy? That's what I want to know. That belligerent one. You tell me to take it easy and I don't have a job. My wife left me. She took my kids. You tell me to take it easy. we can get a little bit belligerent, can't we? And we can say, I don't want to listen to you. You're telling me something that doesn't make any sense to me. That, agrees the sponsor, is a very good question indeed. I think I can tell you exactly how to relax. You won't have to work at it very hard either. Listen, if you will, to 3 statements. These 3 statements. First, Alcoholics Anonymous does not demand that you believe anything. Let that soak in for a minute. Alcoholics Anonymous doesn't demand that you believe in anything. All of its 12 steps are but suggestions. Second, to get sober and stay sober, you don't have to swallow all of step 2 right now. See, that's what they tried in the beginning to get people to do. Get on their knees and do it right now. But then they found that this didn't work. And to assure a person that this, you don't have to take all of it immediately. It says, looking back, I find that I took it piecemeal myself. Third, all you really need is a truly open mind. Just resign from the debating society and quit bothering yourself with such deep questions as to whether it was the hen or the egg that came first. Again, I say, all you need is an open mind. So our little 12 and 12 is making it clear to us there that we don't have to come to believe in that power and that's it. It's not going to be that simple. We came to believe. When I came here yesterday, I started in Houston and I got on the airplane and I came here. But I didn't take just one giant leap and get here, did I? That's what it says, came to believe. That a power, if I can just get that far, that somewhere, somehow, there's this power. And in step 2, they take us through. On page 29, it says down here, we come to another kind of problem, the intellectually self-sufficient man or woman. You know, so many times we think we have these keen, brilliant minds. That the alcoholic has a very keen and brilliant mind. Of course, the funny thing about it is, alcoholics are usually the only one that think that. That we had this keen, brilliant mind. It was educated and it was honed and it was well cared for. To these, many AAs can say, yeah, we were like you. Far too smart for our own good. We love to have people call us precocious. We used our education to blow ourselves up into prideful balloons, though we were careful to hide this from others. Secretly, we felt that we could float above the rest of the folks on our brain power alone. How many of us thought we could? I'm smart enough to get myself out of this. I'm smart enough to do this by myself. I don't need these bunch of people, and I don't need any kind of power floating around. I can do this. Shoot, I got through college. I'd had a master's degree. I'd written a thesis. I thought, oh, man, I can think my way out of this. Wrong. Scientific progress told us that there was nothing man couldn't do. Knowledge was all powerful. Intellect could conquer nature. Since we were brighter than most folks, so we thought, the spoils of victory would be ours for the taking. The God of intellect displaced the God of our fathers. But again, John Barleycorn had other ideas. See, every time I thought, shoot, I got this thing whipped. I've been sober 2 or 3 months. I got it made in the shade. I don't have to do all that Mickey Mouse stuff that they do. I'd go out and drink, and who took care of all that? Who took care of that degree and that master's and all this stuff? Out the window it went. And if you do this enough times, you know, even the intellectuals finally get it. Even the old dummies finally get it. The in-betweenies finally get it. that no, we're not going to think ourselves out of this. We who had won so handsomely in a walk turned into all-time losers. We saw that we had to reconsider or die. We found many in AA who once thought as we did. They helped us to get down to our right size. By their example, they showed us that humility and intellect could be compatible, provided we placed humility first. When we began to do that, we received the gift of faith that works. This faith is for you too. Beautiful promise. Let's go over to step 3. Made a decision to turn our lives and our wills and so many good things in between. We made our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood Him. Behind this step, and a principle that I want to put into my life, is faith. And we'll see that mentioned over and over in our 12 and 12 when it talks about step 3. Practicing step 3 is like the opening of a door which to all appearances is still closed and locked. All we need is a key and the decision to swing the door open. There's only one key, and it's called willingness. Just be willing to believe and make that decision that our life would be better off and our wills would be better off if we just put them in somebody else's hands. The door opens almost to itself once unlocked. And looking through it, we shall see a pathway beside which is an inscription. And it reads, "This is the way to a faith that really works." In the first 2 steps, we were engaged in reflection. We saw that we were powerless over alcohol, but we also perceived that faith of some kind, if only in AA itself, is possible to anyone. These conclusions did not require action. They required only acceptance. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to go through any rituals. I didn't have to do any specific thing to make this decision that, okay, I'm going to turn my will. And I didn't have as much problem with that, and he points that out as he goes on here because he saw that this was a stumbling block. I didn't have so much trouble turning my will over to God because, and I see it done over and over today, well, I know God will solve this problem for me. You and I know that sometime Alcoholics Anonymous didn't promise me in the beginning and never has promised me to solve all of the problems of my life that come up. It never promised me that. But it promised me that I could handle any problem that came up in my life. And that's what my decision there has to be. I was willing to take that will and, okay, I won't be so hell-bent for China to do all these things, to quit. I'll try to put that will and keep that will under control and not be so controlling and not be so demanding and not be so hard on other people and on and on and on. But my life, didn't know about that. Didn't know whether I wanted to turn my life over to the care of God. That what made me a little bit shaky, because I couldn't see myself on that street corner with that tambourine. I could see myself in the strip joint in a tambourine, but but man, I didn't know whether I wanted my life turned over to God or not. The will didn't scare me as much as the other part of that. Life and our lives, the will and our lives, over to that care of God. Second paragraph, it says, like all the remaining steps, step 3 calls for affirmative action. For it is only by action that we can cut away the self-will which has always blocked the entry of God. Or, if you like, a higher power into our lives. Faith, to be sure, is necessary, but faith alone can avail us nothing. Just having faith that God's going to work this out for me, and sitting and waiting for God to tell me, no, This is not really, and he makes it real clear in our 12 and 12, that faith alone is not going to get it done. We can have faith and yet keep God out of our lives. Therefore, our problem now becomes just how and by what specific means shall we be able to let him in. Step 3 represents our first attempt. God, Bill, gave us lots of room. He knew himself and he knew alcoholics so well that he knew that none of these can be done. The only one that is required to do 100% is step 1. All the rest of our steps, he makes it very clear that all we need to do is to give them a go. And when we look at that, it's not something we have to get done. I hear people say, they've handed their will and their life over to the care of God, and then they just keep taking it back. Taking it back. Have you ever heard anybody say that in meetings? Okay, look what he says about that. We can keep God out of our lives. Therefore, our problem now becomes just how and by what specific means shall we let him in. Step 3 represents that first attempt to do this. In fact, look at the next promise. The effectiveness of the whole AA program will rest upon how well and earnestly we have tried, not how well we have gotten it done, but he says we have tried to come to a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. To every worldly and practical-minded beginner, this step looks hard, even impossible. No matter how much one wishes to try, exactly how can he turn his will and his life over to the care of whatever God he thinks there is? Fortunately, we who have tried it, and with equal misgivings, can testify that anyone at all, can begin to do it. When I'm teaching, I tell the kids, take their pencils, and there's certain ring-around words, and those are the ones I'm emphasizing, and you better believe those are the sentences that are important. But that's one of my ring-around words there. Anyone at all can begin to do it. We can further add that a beginning, even the smallest, is all that's needed. Once we have placed the key of willingness in the lock and have the door ever so slightly open, we find that we can always open it some more. Now look at this. Though self-will may slam it shut again, as it frequently does, it'll always respond the moment we again pick up the key of willingness. So see, when I'm sitting in a meeting and they say, this program's just not working for me. I just can't take that step 3. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Bill tells us here, begin. Just for a day, get up and say, my will and my life is in somebody else's hands today. I'm going to do all the footwork down here. But the outcome of this day, if we just try it for a day, then we're willing. Just try every time that will say, I'm gonna make him do this. I'm gonna see that they do that. Go to your job, and I ain't gonna put up with that stuff anymore. I'm gonna tell them off today. Just put that off for a day and say, I'm gonna go to work and I'm gonna do my job to the very best of my ability and leave everybody else alone. That's the key of willingness, that we just try to leave that strong will that the only person that knows how to do this job is me. And it's my job to get all these other people straightened out. And, of course, I always started with my man. I always knew that I could do it, everything a little bit better than he could. And naturally, my back was up because he could drink better than I could. So I began to pick at other things. I was still wanting my will imposed on that man of mine. Of course, being, thank God, the beautiful, strong man that he was, he just kept saying, very firmly. But if we just, all that's asking us to do, they say that, to every one of us, it seems impossible to just take this step. And that's true. A lot of people, the progress of different ones of us is different. Some of us are more pliable and can do this in more rapid order. We can come to believe that our lives and our will are strictly in God's hands. And then there's some of us that are not doing too pretty good at it. But Bill gives us room here, doesn't he? In other words, all in very simple terms, and he makes it, oh gosh, he gives us so much in here that helps us with this and that I can use to help my new girls that come in. So many suggestions like, the fact that, no, honey, you don't have to take this before you leave here tonight. You don't have to take step 3. Step 3 is taken by trial and error. Decide on that day to just let God be in charge that day. You do all the human stuff, but just ask Him in the morning to be in charge of your day. I know I got in the habit early when I finally sobered up to ask God, help me keep my thinking straight today. And I knew that was a powerful favor I was asking Him, because my thinking can get crazy in real short order. But when I got into the 12 and 12 and I realized that it was backing up what the big book had already told me, but in just more depth and width, as Bill says, that he's trying to do here. To give us the idea that no, we don't have to take it. I don't have to demand of my girls that they take it. All this step is really saying to me that if I get up in the mornings and I say to this power that I believe in, I can say, God, I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what this day holds. But I know who holds the future, and I know who holds this day. That I have made my beginning on step 3 for this day. And the longer I work on it and see the peace and the contentment that's come into my life, by keeping on with that step 3 and trying to keep it shining in my life, try to keep that faith that, Willie, don't worry about it. You don't really have charge of this day. You're responsible for the worldly things, yes. And if you do your job to the best of your ability, if you're the best wife that you can be, if you're the best mother that you can be, if you're the best employer that you can be, then the outcome of this day is going to be okay. Because I know who holds the future of this day. I know who holds how it's going to come out. That's what step 3 is. If you do work with a lot of people, look and see what that step 3 are the suggestions that it has for us. At the end of step 3 here on page 40, it says, it's when we try to make our will conform with God's that we begin to use it rightly. To all of us, this was a most wonderful revelation. Our whole trouble has been the misuse of willpower. They're not asking us, you're going to have to turn into a jellyfish and you don't have any will. When you use your will, you're just not, you just shouldn't have it. Throw it away. Get rid of it. What makes up a human being? Will. And he tells us, reminds us here, it's not the use of our willpower, it's the misuse. I didn't have any business messing in this man's life that I was married to. We weren't joined at the hip, we just got married. I didn't have any business trying to get him to quit drinking, and baseline was so that it would make it easier for me to quit drinking. I was determined that he was going to quit. Wrong again. He was determined he wasn't. And I wanted this man. It was Willie that had to put the old will to the right use. And use it on Willie. not on him. That's the right use of it. Willie, you're married to a man you love. He's everything you've ever wanted. Okay, you going to bust this thing wide open because he won't quit drinking? That's the misuse of will. Won't you take that will of yours and use it right? And be determined that whether he drinks or not is not going to disturb your sobriety. It's not going to disturb your peace of mind. It has nothing to do with your problem. Because, see, my man read this big book, and he handed it to me. And he said, Willie, you got a problem. And you better solve it. And it seems like this book has a lot of answers in it for you. And then he was through with the subject. Completely through. So I could use that will either way. I could misuse it by he will quit or I'll leave him. Who would I have been hurting? At this point, I think he would have helped me pack. We had tried to bombard our problems with it instead of attempting to bring it into agreement with God's intention for us. I think God's intention for me was to get sober and stay sober. He wasn't, my husband wasn't in the picture at all. He didn't have anything to do with it. I had to have that honesty. See, I'm carrying over all these principles that I've been trying to get working on. To make this increasingly possible is the purpose of AA's 12 steps, and step 3 opens the door. It is really easy to begin the practice of step 3. In all times of emotional disturbance or indecision, we can pause, ask for quiet, and in the stillness simply say, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. The courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thy will, not mine, be done. See, when I left that man of mine alone, and I made up my mind that I don't care how successfully he drinks, I don't care how much booze is in this house. If I don't want it, nobody can even hold me and pour it down me. And you know, it's worked out just like that for the last 37 years. It was in my home. My husband didn't embrace this program. You men are very fortunate in many ways because your wife will go into Al-Anon and she will get her program going and she'll turn into this beautiful butterfly and everything's going real good. But have you ever seen an Al-Anon room crowded with men? That was something I had to accept. And make it all right. Make it all right. It's not the... We have some men in Al-Anon. God bless them. I'm proud of them. But the majority of our men are going to tell us, And I think the baseline on that is that my man didn't want to be reminded of my drinking and some of the things that happened. He didn't want to be reminded of that. He was he followed the traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. He cooperated without affiliation. In 37 years of my sobriety, he never went to an AA meeting. He never went to an Al-Anon meeting. He never went to any conventions with me or anything. This was my deal. And dear God, it didn't take me long to find out that's fine. That's fine. I didn't have to be belligerent about it. I didn't have to change him. He could stay home and drink his beer or his martinis or whatever he wanted while I was gone to a meeting. And see, as long as he didn't, and he did not interfere, I could get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, go on a 12-step call. Anything I wanted to do in this program, I could do. But he wanted no part of it. And God bless him, he got all the fallout for 37 years. All the good stuff. Because, see, as I became a better person, then I became a better wife. Later I became a better mother. So by not keeping on making him try just through will, you will get this booze out of the house, because it's hard for me to walk by it all the time. It's hard for me to clean out that liquor cabinet. It's hard for me to open the refrigerator and, stare that beer in the face. Just the fact that it was hard didn't say it was impossible, was it? And those men kept telling me, Willie, when you decide to get sober, his drinking won't matter one way or the other. And it didn't. It didn't. Made it harder. That's okay. I think with this good German stock here, God knew that with this hard head I already have, I was born with, that if he didn't make it a little difficult, I might not do it. He knows each one of us so well. He knows what we can handle. He knows what we can handle. And by handling it, will make a better person out of us. And see, I can help those women that come and say, my companion, my husband, won't stop drinking. I said, that's all right, honey. Doesn't have anything to do with you. You can. And I know you can because I can. I've done it. That's the value that we have. There's no power on earth greater than the power of one alcoholic talking to another alcoholic, saying those two precious words, I understand. I understand. Tell me about it. And I'll tell you, I'll share my experience with you. And it's lifted a load off of many a gal that was really angry about the fact that their husband would still drink at business dinners, whether he drank all the time or not. But he would still come in from a business dinner and, she could smell the wine or smell whatever. And it was ruining an otherwise good marriage. I'm not talking about a marriage with other problems. That's not what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And that's what step 3 is talking about. Our little serenity prayer is so beautiful, and I always like the fact that he chose to end up step 3. Step 4. The principle that we put in here is action. Let's get busy. Right up here. Let's put it into action. Action and courage, because any action takes courage. Anything we do takes that courage, that I think I can. I'm going to give it a try. And along with courage, we always know that I might not be able to do it. But I'm going to give it everything I've got. And that's where we bring the honesty, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Our big book does a beautiful job of telling us how to do our 4th step. All our little 12 and 12 does, and a lot of people, like I say, they throw up a block about the 12 and 12, not realizing that it's a complementary thing. That it goes on and expands on the big book. He gave us the most beautiful paragraph here that I've ever seen that tells us how to start on step 4 with what attitude I'm to begin step 4 with. And he said, creation gave us instincts for a purpose. Without them, we wouldn't be complete human beings. If men and women didn't exert themselves to be secure in their persons, made no effort to harvest food or construct shelter, there would be no survival. If they didn't reproduce, the earth wouldn't be populated. If there were no social instincts, if man cared nothing about the society of one another, there could be no society. So these desires for the sex relation, for the material and emotional security, and for companionships are perfectly necessary and right and surely God-given. These are basic instincts that all men are created with. We all want to be secure in our persons. We all want to have the things in our lives that make us feel secure and protected. That's a God-given instinct. They want us to feel well towards our fellow man and to feel a sense of belonging. We want to reproduce the earth. All of these are God-given instincts. And he reminds us that every one of us possess these. But when you take an instinct and get it out of kilter, this is when it's going to hurt you or the regular Joe walking down the street out there. He puts it so well when he says, yet these instincts, so necessary for our existence, we can't really exist without these instincts, often far exceed their proper function. Powerfully and blindly and many times subtly, there's the word, they drive us, they dominate us, and insist upon ruling our lives. Our desires for sex, for the material and emotional security, and for an important place in society often tyrannize us. When thus out of joint, man's natural desires cause him great trouble, practically all the trouble there is. Now, did they tell us that when out of joint, the alcoholic's natural desires cause him great trouble? That's not what it says here in my book. It says man's natural desires. So they're telling us once again, you're a human being, Willie. And I don't care how far you are away from a drink. These natural, God-given instincts are here today as they were back then. And those are the ones that I've got to keep on as even a keel as I possibly can. Balance, balance, balance. If I get them too far this way, if I get them too far this way, I'm going to be out of kilter. Man's troubles. And he says that practically all the trouble there is. And he says no human being, not alcoholic, no human being, however good, is exempt from these troubles. Nearly every serious emotional problem can be seen as a case of misdirected instinct. When that happens, our great natural asset, the instincts, have turned into physical and mental liabilities. When we try to not just be, around here balanced. When I go to my job and try to make everybody else well aware that I am the best teacher in that building. That you girls just out of college, you don't know from nothing. And these kids are going to take you and turn you every way but loose. Now, those thoughts might go through my mind once in a while. And I sort of feel sorry for the young ones coming in there. But the thing of it is, that social instinct, if I'm going to do any guidance, I'd have to do it gently. I have to keep the instinct, the social instinct, in my mind. That, yes, I can really get these young teachers told, you're not doing it right. And what am I going to do with a natural, God-given desire of a social instinct to be well-liked and to be well thought of as I behave in my actions that are brought on by my thoughts. It says, step 4 is our vigorous and painstaking effort to discover what these liabilities in each of us, and look, it says, have been, that means all the way back there, and are. I like the way he puts that, because not only did I have to look back and see, Willie was lying, has it always been a part of your nature? Have you always, and many people, have had that big old empty hole from the very beginning that they can remember. And that alcohol filled up that hole and gave them confidence that they'd never had and gave them a feeling of well-being that they'd never had. But any time we put that word all to describe all of us, we're not helping ourselves and we're not helping the people that we're trying to help. Because I had never had that feeling of not belonging, of not being accepted. I had always been outgoing. I'd always liked people. Hell, there wasn't enough people in Spring, Texas to dislike. There just wasn't that much choice. We were all kissing kin. I grew up feeling good about Willie. I went off to college. felt good about Willie. I had a ball in college. I'd gone on to Houston, started teaching school, and I was from the first 6 weeks of teaching school, I knew that was the only thing I ever wanted to do to make a living. I married a man that I wanted real bad, and I was real satisfied with my choice. I made a good choice. But see, I had to find out, hey, Willie, that have been back there doesn't mean anything. Sure, you've always been outgoing with people. I've never been the shy, retiring, violent type. I always was one that, wanted to put on the war paint and go raid the village. I was ready to go. Anytime anybody said go, let's go to the dance, let's go here, let's go there, I was ready. And I always felt good. Nothing in my childhood had made me. I always was one that, wanted to put on the war paint and go raid the village. I was ready to go. Anytime anybody said go, let's go to the dance, let's go here, let's go there, I was ready. And I always felt good. Nothing in my childhood had made me feel any different. And it is different with people that have always had this feeling of not belonging. Their circumstances were different, but I must not, when I'm dealing with my new gals, I must not put them in, like so many people that are studying us, put them in these little holes in an egg carton and expect them to fit. We're all, from Bill says, we're like those passengers on that ship. So it's in step 4, that's what I'm after. Our big book tells us how to get it, to put these things down in their columns. Put those resentments down. Write down all the people that we resent. They give us good directions. And in this 12 and 12 are so many added suggestions that Bill had come up with in that 12 and 13 year interval. He had come up with a lot of them. And I hope that you, and I know many of you are as familiar with this book as I am, but those of you who are not, take note of some of the things that he says in step 4. On page 48, he talks about falling into confusion about what all of these things are called. He said to avoid falling into confusion over the names these defects should be called, let's take a universally recognized list of major human failings. The 7 deadly sins: pride, greed, lust, anger, gluttony, envy, and sloth. Fancy word for lazy. Let's look at those. If you don't know where to begin, if you don't know how to really get a gal going that's still sort of vague up here, you can take those and start, because they give her an idea of some of the things in her that are out of balance, way out of balance. For pride, leading to self-justification, and that's where pride will lead you, and always spurred by conscious or unconscious fear, is the basic breeder of most human difficulties. Fear. Ring around. Fear. The chief block to the progress. True progress. Pride lures us into making demands upon ourselves and upon others, which cannot be met without perverting or misusing our God-given instinct. If I would have continued to try to make that man bend to my will, you know where the marriage would have been, down the tube. When the satisfaction of our instinct for sex, security, and society becomes the sole object of our lives, then pride steps in to justify our excesses. And look at this next. All of these failings generate fear. And look how it describes fear, and see if you don't agree with it. A soul sickness in its own right. When we become afraid about the future and what's going to happen to our jobs and what's going to happen to this and what's going to happen to the whole world seems to be going crazy. And this fear, and we have to watch it now more than we've ever had to watch it, because the world is going a little bit wacko.
Man's inhumanity to man nowadays just absolutely, it can cause us to fall into this fear. The fear of, doing things that I used to do without even thinking about it. Getting in my car at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night and scooting someplace. I don't do that anymore. But see, there's healthy fear too. And it need not be fear. I can turn it into caution. And I can't jump in that car and go across the city of Houston anymore like I did when I was growing up there. But I can turn that into caution and not fear of what's becoming of the world. Where is it all going to end? I don't have to make a big drama out of it. I can look at the fact that it's no longer real smart for a woman to get in the car and run around at night by herself in a big city. It's just not the smart thing to do. I heard that. I do not ride my motorcycle at night by myself anymore either. Because fear, as he describes it here, that's soul sickness. Because fear can make you sick all over. It can make you physically sick. That unnamed fear out there of the unknown. It can make us mentally sick, and God, it can make us emotionally sick. Then fear, in turn, generates more character defects. Unreasonable fear that our instincts will not be satisfied drives us to covet the possession of others, to lust for sex and power, to become angry when our instinctive demands are threatened, to be envious when the ambitions of others seem to be realized while ours are not. We eat and we drink and we grab for more of everything than we need, fearing we shall never have enough. And with genuine alarm at the prospect of work, we stay lazy. We loaf and procrastinate. Now, we can rationalize that procrastination is not a form of laziness, but 'tain't true. If I got a closet in my house that needs cleaning real bad, it's gotten to the point where I don't even want to open the door. So I just keep passing by it. And I said, well, now I'm gonna do that next week. I'm gonna go put that on my list right now. I'm gonna do that next week. And I keep on putting it off, and I keep on putting it off. A year later, that closet is still in a terrible shape. And that's not because I haven't had time to jump in there and clean that closet out. That's pure laziness. That putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, that's where the 7 deadly sin of just plain old laziness comes in. And all the time, every time, and you housewives know this, you gals that keep house, every time you pass by that closet, there's this little pang that hits you. And we bury it, and we walk by in the pang, and we bury it. And God, aren't we happy when we get in there one day full of, what and vinegar, and we get in there and we throw everything out of that closet, put back just the things that belong there. Man, when we close that door, don't we feel good? You men feel that same way when you fix your car, when it's been a banging and a clanging and making strange noises, and you just haven't had the time to get up under the hood and see is there something flapping or loose or gone or what. You feel good when you get it fixed. You feel a little bit more secure when you get in the morning and start to work. That laziness can really get us done. Said we loaf and procrastinate, or at least work grudgingly and under half steam. These fears, I love this sentence, I love them. These fears are the termites that ceaselessly devour the foundation of whatever sort of life we try to build. And see, this is what our defects will do to us if we don't look at what they are, pinpoint them, as our directions in both books give us a way to do that. I hear people say, I just don't know how to take step 4. There's directions in the big book, beautiful directions. There's some further directions and helpful hints here. Tells us how. And unless we don't have the ability to read, and even then we can't get by because we can find somebody to read it to us. All these books are in Braille. There's no escape once we really want to get serious with this thing. We can do. All right, now what do we do? And oh man, it hurts me. Step 5, quickly. And I got time. The beautiful principle of integrity here's where we start putting that back in there. If we've never had it, we put it for the first time. If we've lost it, the integrity of dealing with life on its terms, the integrity of dealing honestly with every situation that we possibly can. Admitted to God and to ourselves and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. This is where this principle starts taking place in our lives. And it tells us all of AA's 12 steps. All of AA's 12 steps ask us to go contrary to our natural desires. They all deflate our egos. When it comes to ego deflation, few steps are harder to take than 5. But scarcely any step is more necessary to long-time sobriety and peace of mind than this one. I want that long-time sobriety and I want that peace of mind. And if I'm going to get it, and if I want my girls to have it, I have to emphasize to them that after that step 4, it's not soup yet. It's not done yet. We got to put a little bit of integrity into our lives and be willing to face what we are, what we have been, by leveling with God and ourselves and another human being. There's something therapeutic about looking in. I remember when I looked into my beautiful Rose there in Alabama, in Montgomery, and her eyes, and did my step 5 with her. Those eyes heard along with me, and they shared along with me. And it lifted such a great load, not right in the beginning, not as I was doing it, but as I was trying to live on, along. The realization that I wasn't alone in this thing came to me in step 5. That I really wasn't alone. I not only had that one beautiful human being that I was sitting there looking into those eyes, but I had a whole bunch of other human beings and a whole bunch of eyes to look into for the rest of my life. They would understand Willie and they would try to help her in any way they could. This is where I got that feeling. It says AA's experience has taught us that we cannot live alone with our pressing problems and the character defects which cause or aggravate them. Those key character defects are human defects, remember? Still got them. Still got them. And they can be aggravated. As a human being living in the jungle that we're living in nowadays, it's an okay jungle. I'd rather be here than out of it. That's for sure. But I can still aggravate these character defects. And by admitting them to God and to myself and to another human being, that keeps me more on the alert because if I share that with one human being, when the time comes, I can share it with another. And even if I never verbally share some of my 5th step, I can share the idea, the good feeling, make a comparison of some sort to help another person. And it gives me a feeling of, I'm getting clean. I felt like I'm getting clean here because I felt so dirty, so dirty. If we have swept the searchlight of step 4 back and forth over our careers and it has revealed in stark relief those experiences we'd rather not remember, if we have come to know how wrong thinking and action, notice not just action but thinking, my thinking can get me into just as much trouble as acting on my thinking if it's wrong, have hurt us and others, then the need to quit living by ourselves with those tormenting ghosts of yesterday gets more urgent than ever. We have to talk to somebody about them. They reinforce all of the suggestions that they give us to be cautious, to make sure that we put our trust as nearly in someone else that we can have a lot of faith in. There's a lot of folks around. And step 5 is terribly hard for us women to do. Because it's our basic instinct not to trust each other. That's not alcoholic women, honey. That's women. And that's something that we don't do on purpose. That starts way down in first grade. Watch your young'uns. Watch little kids and watch the gals. I've watched those little old first graders when I would have down in the elementary schools. And I'd watch them. And after about the second day of school, they'd pair off in their little groups. And this group over here didn't have anything to do with this group over here. And all this little group, if you're my best friend, you can't be her best friend. I don't want you to have anything to do with her. Hon, that's a basic part of a woman's nature. We started way down. Nobody teaches us that. To not trust each other. That's an underlying cross we have to bear. But by George, we can pick up that cross and run with it. We can change that. And the beauty of learning to love other women is something to behold. It's something that will add a dimension to your life that a lot of women around you won't ever know that joy. Because we're working against something that's normal for us to do, and that's not be comfortable telling a woman too much, because we don't ever know how much is going to go out the other way. And I know some of you men are pretty good at passing things along, but I think you all will all admit that we outdo you. And it tells us all the steps to take, to be cautious about, and have faith in that person. I had absolute faith by that time in one human being, that woman there in Montgomery, Alabama. I knew that when I told her, gave her my 5th step, and she shared hers with me so lovingly, that it was in the vault. It was in the bank vault. And there it stayed. But it tells us, how we can go about getting this feeling, and that what to do in case we can't get it about each other. But I felt like I was so fortunate that I did find that woman. And so many times you'd be surprised after you know a woman well enough and have watched her. Does she walk like she talks? If you do want to do your 5th step within the bounds of AA and with another alcoholic. I watched Rose. I listened to her talk at meeting, but I mainly watched. I watched how she treated the new woman that walked in the door. That she didn't do what is normal for women to do, and that's... I'm going to hold off a little bit here, and I won't give her my phone number. I'll see how things go. I'll see if she really means business. And that measuring stick, because we can communicate a message, us gals can, to each other with a look. And y'all know about that look. A new woman walks in, and just watch the expression, especially if she's a real good-looking babe and about 30 years younger. We just can look at her and make her feel less than. And when we begin to build this faith with each other, then we're going to be automatically better to every human being that comes into our path. All these things will come back to us. They'll come back and haunt us. And it's sort of after we finish our step 5 and we begin to see what these things are, that later on we're going to be asking those to be removed. But first, you can't remove anything. It's sort of like trying to take a stain out when we don't know what caused the stain. You have better luck taking it out if you know what it is. Because there's certain things you shouldn't put on, say, blood stains, or certain things on mustard stains, or certain things on anything with grease. And there's no sense in doctoring something or trying to fix it if you don't know it's there and what it's composed of. Is it fear, Willie? Is that what's so out of balance with you? Is it guilt? Is it pride? Is it ego? And in that fifth step, this sort of helps us clear the way to really take on step 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. Because, our first 3 steps, 1, 2, and 3, we're getting right with God, with our higher power, if you will. In 4, 5, 6, and 7, we're getting right with ourselves. In 8 and 9, we're getting right with our fellow human beings. And in 10, 11, and 12, we're growing. Those are our growing steps. So in this step 5, our attempt to get right with ourselves, not taking what other people have done to us or what they're going to do to us or what they might do to us. But Willie, what's your problem? What's your problem, honey? Let's make a list of your problems and let's talk to somebody about it. And that takes the sting out of them. Then I don't have to live by them all by myself. Don't have to live with them. Okay, I know you've been beautiful. You've been so patient. And it's harder to sit and listen than it is to stand up here and talk and listen. And y'all have been real faithful. The real stout-hearted ones will show up again at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I'll know who's a faint heart and sore seat when you don't show up. That's be all right. So let's break and eat, and then I'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you, hon. Thank you, sugar. I thought maybe I'd be Diane or something this time. Something pretty, really. You can change it any way you want to. My name is Willie, and I am an alcoholic. And we've lost a few, but that's all right because it's nap time. And any of you that drop off a little bit, that won't disturb me. Take you a little nap. After lunch, that's what we're all supposed to do. And if I drop off, Fred's going to come over and wake me up. Okay, but I do promise you this. They gave me a little extra time on the tail end of this. So what I'm going to do, I know that the mind can just absorb as much as the back end will, and therefore I'll give you a little break right in between. That way we can get out and stretch around a little bit and then come back. So I'm not going to keep you all the length of time I did this morning, but we got started a little bit late. Okay. We're at step 6. How many were not here this morning? Oh, a whole bunch. Good. Oh, yeah, play catch-up. Play catch-up. Okay, I haven't found it necessary to have a drink of alcohol since June the 19th, 1957. And I want to tell you that that's because the reason I tell you that is to give you the absolute guarantee that this program works in fair weather and foul, just like we're going to see as we do this 12 and 12. It will work through any circumstance in your life, with any crisis, with any grief and sorrow, with any loss. It works. And that's why we need to give our sobriety date, even whether we're sitting in a meeting and that newcomer's sitting there and just thinking to himself, just as we did, can I stay sober? Will it really work? And we're the only track record, each one of us, are the only track record that new person has. Whether it's 3, in fact, a lot of times you people with 2 and 3 years, that newcomer can identify with them a lot quicker than those that, those sober heads that have been sitting there and blood's running off of us, But, so don't ever skip your sobriety date, and especially if there's any new people around. It's telling them this will work. It'll work out there in the jungle as well as in closed up little meeting rooms. All right, we get to step 6, and our principle behind that step is willingness. This is certainly a principle. All of our others, our hope and our faith and our integrity and our honesty, we need those in every area of our lives if we want to live to become usefully whole, as they told us in that first step. If we can become useful to other people, all of those principles need to be in our everyday life, because they're not only going to be listening to, we got a lot of good speakers this weekend. I'm looking forward to all of them. Some of them I know, and I'm looking forward to them. And we go home with our buckets just full. And that's all well and good. But as we go along in our little home groups and we watch each other walk, that's what we do. And we watch the people that have more sobriety than we do. We watch if they walk like they talk. And so it's each one of these principles that we try to put into our lives don't just apply when we're, around AA tables or in an AA room. We take it on home, as the old country western song, we back it up and take it on home. And then we take it into our workplace, and we take it to the cleaners when we deal with the little person that takes our clothes, and to the drugstore when we deal with that girl, in the grocery store, and to the bank. That we really need all of these things when we get to the bank. To remember that everybody out there that we deal with in our little orbits, and we each live, we don't live on a planet, do we? We live in a little orbit that usually consists of where we circulate and the people that we touch every day of our lives or every week of our lives. And those are the people, they don't know we're in AA, but maybe we can, by just being the very best that we can. I learned a long time ago that the most important thing that I wear is the expression on my face. And that's not just at an AA meeting. It's everywhere. Because I never know when I'm dealing with somebody what kind of day they're having. I don't know how their day started off. It might have been real bad. And maybe by just giving them that smile, they'll take it for a smile of approval. And that's good. That's just a little piece in my orbit, just a little tiny piece. But that's all I occupy. Willingness is such a good principle to take into our life. The willingness to try new things, different things, to deal with what we're handed, the willingness to say, okay, this is not exactly the way I planned it out. But the willingness to say, what kind of changes can I make to make this easier for myself and for everybody around me? Instead of, sitting around and saying, oh, God, why me? Because isn't it funny that we're so quick to do that? I know I certainly was. And yet when something real good happens, I never did think to cast an eye upward and say, Lord, why me, Lord? But I was very quick to do with the why me. What I'm doing when I do this is really wishing that it happened to somebody else. Subconsciously, that's what I'm doing. And that's an attitude. And this whole thing is about attitudes. Now, we finished up with getting right, with our attitude towards ourselves and our God. We're not finished, but we're fixing to finish up with our 6 and 7, where we're getting sort of even with ourselves and getting ourselves on an even keel again, so that we can go both ways and straighten up in a hurry. But the willingness to try to deal with life, I've had to deal with the fact that, as each year passes, I get older. I have a little girl now that I sponsor, and oh, dear Lord, she has her 50th birthday coming up. Oh, my. We are talking crisis here. And, of course, I sort of ruffle her feathers because when she says 50, and I say, big deal, but the thing of it is, when we go through these stages in our lives, I want this program to go into that pine box with me. And I want the happiness and contentment that it's brought me and the ability to deal with anything that comes along. The willingness to try to change my attitude about it instead of trying to change somebody else's attitude. I know that as alcoholics, sometimes we we seem to have a perception problem about willingness to take what's handed to us. By perception problem, it's sort of, you have somebody, just a normal old Joe Blow out there that doesn't take himself quite so seriously as we are prone to do at times. And he'll have a flat tire, and he'll just, get out and go over and call AAA. And if we let ourselves get into too big a hassle about ourselves, we have a flat tire and we call suicide prevention. I mean, we can get into some real big deals. I know I can sometimes complicate a one-car funeral, but because I have this tendency to make big deals out of everything, because, see, I did for such a long time when Willie was so busy changing. In this willingness, I know I learned one good lesson from my beautiful sponsor. And she said, Willie, be willing to listen to people, especially those people that you disagree with. And she said, I found something a long time ago that helps me and has made me a lot of friends where I could have made enemies. She said, if I'm talking to somebody and I really don't agree with what they're saying, I simply tell them, well, I don't agree with what you say, but I'm going to think about it. And man, that relieves a bad situation sometime, where you can really get into a fit of pique over, a disagreement with somebody. And they don't know whether you're going to really think about it or not, but you've held out the carrot. And that makes them feel better. And after I started practicing it, it made me feel better. If I could say that and not go off in a huff because I could not convince them of what I believed. I have to be particularly careful about that during our political structure going on, because I'm very active in politics, and when the elections come along, I'm busier than 14 bird dogs. And I have to be very careful and have to say, well, I don't agree with what you say, but I'm going to think about it. And that's a good way to, win friends and influence people. And it influences Willie, too, because by just doing that, I relieve myself of the fact that I know I'm right, because that gets so tiresome. And most of the time, if I just consider from their angle what they're saying, I don't necessarily have to do a 180-degree turn and agree with them, but the willingness to listen to other people and not jump in with our 2 cents. In step 6, we've looked at these defects. In step 4, we've talked about them. In step 5, with another human being and God and ourselves. And this is the time when we have to start doing something. But this one, step 6, says we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. This is a step that separates the men from the boys. So declared a well-loved clergyman who happens to be one of AA's greatest friends. He goes on to explain that any person capable of enough willingness and honesty to try repeatedly step 6 on all ring around his faults without any reservations whatever has indeed come a long way spiritually, and is therefore entitled to be called a man who is sincerely trying to grow in the image and the likeness of his new Creator, of his own Creator. Of course, the often disputed question of whether God can and will, under certain circumstances, remove defects of character will be answered with a prompt affirmative by almost any AA member. And at first I took this, you can take any statement that you want to out of our literature, out of the big book. And if you don't really study and think about what it's saying, I know I try so hard in school to get kids to not just read words, but to read thoughts and to think about what they've read, to think about what it really means. And when I first read this, it gave me the idea that if I was just good enough, then God would remove all these defects of character. And this was a mistaken idea on my part. And very gradually I saw how He was going to do it. He was going to so fix my mind that I could live to the best of my ability each day that I'm granted. And that was the way He was going to remove my defects of character, by my practice over and over of living to the very best of my ability, and to be as honest about my relationships with people, and to be honest with Willie, and to practice all of these things that I had gone through, to keep a list of those defects and practice the opposite. That's the way God was going to remove my defects of character. He was actually going to let me do it. He wasn't going to swoop down and say, Willie, you're just as pure as the driven snow. Because I don't think He could even gasp that out. But I believe that I found that in my case, and many people that I work with, that just simply during the practice of being the opposite to what you find you are, the opposite of being dishonest is to be honest. And to, overcome envy is to be glad when people... I've even trained myself this, believe it or not. Even when our jackpot went up to $80 million a couple of weeks ago in our lottery in Texas. $80 million. And just think about it. And one person won that $80 million. But to quickly, in my heart, instead of, probably didn't need it as much as I did, blah, 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 to really be glad and hope that, and God, they're intending to do a lot of good things with that money. A lot of good things. And to really train myself to be happy for other people's good fortune, and not always wanting it to happen to me. Of course, I very vigorously tore up my ticket, but then after I got through with that fet, I was taught to never be ashamed of anger in any way. On the freeway, when somebody has missed you by that far, to never be ashamed of just flaring up there for a minute, because anger is a part of being a useful person. The only time we need to regret it is when we handle anger badly. So I'll pick up the paper and see, as I said this morning, man's inhumanity to man. There's no way that I can remain a human being and not react to some of that and I just go into a rage. But see, my AA program has told me it's okay for it to visit, Willie. Real short visit. Just don't let it unpack its suitcases and live with you. That it's a human reaction to read some of this stuff and say, how can a person do this to other human beings? And just be seething about it for a few minutes. But then I back off, as my program has taught me, and say, now, Willie, that's not your problem. Just see that you avoid any pitfall that comes along. And it's hard. It's hard to balance between trying to be a basically good person and not walking on water. I'm always scared of that halo, because I always think, well, there's only 6 inches between a halo and a noose. And that ain't very far. And I'm afraid my halo might slip down here and choke me to death. So it's not that. It's just how I handle these things. When when Minnie Mouse gets loose and I want to make an excuse about something to somebody, then to be able to realize that, wait a minute, you're going to tell a lie here in a minute. And just check myself. That's what it is telling us to do, to be ready. By being ready, it was emphasized to me in the beginning By being ready is that I dealt with each day of my life to the very best of my ability, using the opposite of what I had found in step 4. To take those defects that had really become part of me, they never were a part of me before. Being critical of other people, which is a way downcut its envy. But all these things had never been a part of my makeup. I had had a good, busy life, but they had seeped in as the alcoholism chipped away at me. But if I practice the opposite, then I'm in pretty good shape. And that's all I have to be willing to do. In this step, it just tells us to be ready. And to be ready, I have to do each day what I think is the right thing to do. Sometimes I don't always choose what's right. But at least if I keep it uppermost in my mind, I'm going to give it a try. It says, of course, the often disputed question of whether God can and will, under any circumstances, remove defects of character will be answered with a prompt affirmative by almost any AA member. To him, this proposition will be no theory at all. It will be just about the largest fact in his life. He'll usually offer his proof in a statement like this: sure, I was beaten, absolutely licked. My own willpower just wouldn't work on alcohol. Change of scene, the best efforts of family, friends, doctors, clergymen got no place with my alcoholism. I simply couldn't stop drinking, and no human power being could seem to do the job for me. And that certainly holds true, doesn't it? But when I became willing to clean house and then ask a higher power, God as I understand him, to give me release, my obsession to drink vanished. It was lifted right out of me. When I truly asked God, God, remove this obsession. Teach me how to live in such a way by using this program that this obsession won't ever come back. And it never has. The obsession is gone. Sometime watching the television's pretty hard on a hot Texas day when it's 105 out there and the humidity is 99. And they come on the television with these frosted mugs of beer. And they're telling you how much fun a Miller High Life, involves. And the foam's coming over the top. I have a fleeting thought, Gad, that'd be good. My obsession isn't back. That's just a human thought. It's just a human thought. Just like, man, it'd been good to win that $80 million. I'd have brought y'all all down to Texas this weekend. Not that I'm not glad to be here, because I am. But all of those I've learned are human reactions. And that if I take them immediately and tend to them, that it's all right. In AA meetings all over the world, statements just like this are heard daily. It's plain for everybody to see that each sober AA member has been granted a release from the very obstinate and potentially fatal obsession. So in a very complete and literal way, all AAs have become entirely ready to have God remove the mania for alcohol from their lives. And God has proceeded to do exactly that. Because you can't take these steps and start putting the basics into your life, the inventory, and later on doing the daily inventory. And you can't do these things sincerely and with the best effort that you have, even though it isn't perfect, without getting better. Having then been granted a perfect release from alcoholism, why then shouldn't we be able to achieve by the same means a perfect release from every other difficulty or defect? This is a riddle of our existence, the full answer to which may be only in the mind of God. Nevertheless, at least a part of the answer to it is apparent to us. So Bill's telling us there that Yeah, this is a dilemma. Why, if God lifted this obsession 37 years ago, why isn't it that He can't lift any of the defects of character completely out of my life? And He makes it clear here that there's really not any pat answer to this. I think it's dependent entirely on how much effort I put into it. But even then, see, I can't put 100% effort because of the halo thing. We're just not going to get them, folks. I don't think most of us are in line because of the human beingness. It said when men and women pour so much alcohol into themselves that they destroy their lives, they commit a most unnatural act. Defying the instinctual desire for self-preservation, they seem bent upon self-destruction. You know, there's really no good reason for any of us alcoholics to be here today. Think of the number of times that we took our lives into our hands and just defied God. We defied that instinct of self-preservation, which is one of the strongest instincts that we have. If you don't believe it, go into a nursing home and see that survival instinct. When a little old human being down to, 70 pounds, and there's nothing there but just skin and bones, but that survival instinct is there. And they keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. Because it's so strong. And here we are. We defied death over and over and over again. Just think of all the times we got in those automobiles and drove. I've driven across some of the biggest cities in the United States and half of Europe. And got home the next morning, went out to see if the car was there. Had no memory. The fact that we're alive, and we were so intent, not consciously, but we just shook our hands at and defied. And we, somehow or another, we survived. Somehow or another? I reckon who's responsible? Who do you think? We certainly weren't. Even the people that didn't, run over us or into us, they're not. Because all they were doing was dodging. But we're here. They work against their own deepest instinct. And as they are humbled by the terrific beating administered by alcohol, the grace of God can enter them and expel their obsession. Here, their powerful instinct to live can fully cooperate with their Creator's desire to give them a new life. For nature and God abhor suicide. But most of our other difficulties don't fall under such a category at all. Every normal person wants, for example, to eat, to reproduce, and to be somebody. And not necessarily some big body, but just somebody. To mean something to somebody. That's, as we read, that's a basic instinct. To be meaningful to other people that we're around, that we love and want them to love us. That's a natural desire. And he wishes to be reasonably safe and secure as he tries to attain these things. Indeed, God made him that way. He did not design man to destroy himself by alcohol, but he did give man instincts to help him to stay alive. Thank God for those instincts, because that's what kept a lot of us from getting killed. We instinctively did and couldn't remember it the next day. We were completely under the influence of an anesthetic, the most powerful and the oldest that there is in mankind. During our early wars, if they needed to amputate a man's leg, they gave him enough alcohol and they cut that leg off. They've never found really a better anesthetic than alcohol. And we poured so much of it into our bodies. I'm amazed every time I think and I see a group of AAs just looking out there and think of how many of us just shook our fist and defied something to happen. And that wasn't on a conscious level, but it had to be there. It's nowhere evident, at least in this life, that our Creator expects us fully to eliminate our instinctual drives. So far as we know, it is nowhere on the record that God has completely removed from any human being all his natural drives. It's those misdirected. Since most of us are born with the abundance of natural desires, it isn't strange that we often let these far exceed their intended purpose. When they drive us blindly, or we willfully demand that they supply us with more satisfaction or pleasures than are possible or due us, that is the point at which we depart from the degree of perfection that God wishes for us here on earth. The degree of perfection, not for the perfection. That is the measure of our character defects, or, if you wish, of our sins. If we ask, God will certainly forgive our derelictions. But in no case does he render us white as snow and keep us that way without our cooperation. That is something that we are supposed to be willing to work towards ourselves. He asks only that we try as best we know how to make progress in the building of character. That's what step says, step 6. Let's get ready to let God remove these defects of character. But we got to help him. We can't just lie there and say, God, do it, do it, do it. If we ask, God will certainly forgive these derelictions. It says on down, so in step 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character, is AA's way of stating the best possible attitude. Man, that's a big word. Attitude. Attitude can really do a lot, can it? But it's AA's way of stating the best possible attitude that one can take in order to make a beginning on this lifetime job. So they're not saying that we can do step 6 just by saying, okay, God, I'm tired. I'm ready for you to remove all these defects of character. And then conduct ourselves each day in the opposite direction. Bill, I think, makes it real clear to us that if we want this, then we have to cooperate. And we have to practice the opposite of everything that we've found. I don't know, this attitude thing, and I know that many of you have read the little thing on attitude. And I love it because it can change. Attitude can change our whole day for us. If we get up in the morning and fix that attitude, it can start making our day. It can turn absolute disasters into something that we can deal with. This does not mean that we expect all of our character defects to be lifted out of us as the drive to drink was. A few of them may be. But with most of them, we shall have to be patient, content with patient improvement, little by little. The key words, entirely ready, underline the fact that we want to aim at the very best we know or can learn. By doing the opposite, I learned so much and so much new stuff. And the good feelings that I got from doing this stuff. The attitude that I could adjust. How many of us have this degree of readiness? In an absolute sense, practically nobody has it. Absolute willingness? The best we can do with all the honesty that we can summons is to try. And I love that as a ring-around word, to have it. Even then, the best of us will discover to our dismay that there is always a sticking point a point at which we say, no, I can't give that up yet. I know none of y'all ever did that. No, it feels good all over to get just roaring, screaming mad and to blast everybody in sight and to cuss that man that just missed me on the freeway by that far and to shake my fist at him. We don't do that much in Houston because it'll get you shot. But a good mad, can really, it stirs up the blood and the adrenaline gets flowing and it's just such a... But then after it's all over with, you remember the drained feeling that you have? And I don't want to feel drained because I don't ever know when God wants to use me in any way. But you feel like, an old dirty wash rag just wound out when you get through with all those, turning the air blue with what you're calling him all the way down the freeway. He's out of sight. He's probably home drinking a beer by now, and you're still cussing him and never see him again as long as you live. But you've spent all this energy, and I'll catch myself doing that every once in a while. Just use up all this energy that I could be storing up to really put in a good place. I'm putting it on this dude that's all the way down the road, drinking his beer at home, and I'm still mad. And it's so much easier for me if I can just jerk myself up real quick and say, God, I hope he doesn't hit anybody else. And thank you, God, for not letting him hit me. Then I'm through with it. I'm through. Every dirty word in the book's not going to help him any. But if I wish him well, see, I trust God. He works I've seen him work in some ways that I didn't even think he could work. But see, if I ask him, dear God, don't let him hit anybody else. And maybe you can get through to him to drive a little bit better, be a little bit more careful so that he won't hurt somebody else or himself. And that leaves me, see, with not an ugly feeling. And I like not ugly feeling. I like that smooth thing that I can feel if I can adjust my attitude and my thinking real quick. It takes a lot of practice. And as they say, though, we don't have to get to be perfectionists at it. On page 68, down in the middle of that second paragraph there, it says, only step 1, where we made the 100% admission that we were powerless over alcohol, can be practiced with absolute perfection. That's the only thing I have done in 37 years to perfection. The rest of these 12 steps, each one of them tell me that I am to practice. Because as each year goes along, I realize that I have to practice in a different way. As each trauma or grief or sorrow or anything comes along, I have to practice it in a different way. But only step 1 has to be done 100%. I hate to be in a meeting when I hear someone say that, well, I've been coping with this problem, I've been dealing with this problem, and it's just not getting any better, and I've prayed to God, and I've been coming to meetings, and I've been reading the big book, and it's just not getting any better. And it's a way of them saying, my program is letting me down, it's not working. Oh, yeah. Where are you when you're saying that? You're sitting in an AA meeting. And you could be hanging off a bar stool in a back alley someplace, sucking on a bottle, with or without a pacifier. That's the thing I try to keep in my mind when I pass by whiskey bottles or see them in anything. I always put a pacifier on the end of them. And I think to myself, that's what I do when I'm drinking. I'm pulling on a pacifier just like a little baby for instant gratification. We get used to wanting instant gratification because we have so much microwaves and instant everything, potatoes and coffee and rice, and so we get into, I want it now, right now. Really, I want it yesterday. So I have to check myself on that and remember that the only step that I am to do 100% is the first one. The remaining 11 steps state perfect ideals. They are goals towards which we look and the measuring sticks by which we estimate our progress. Seen in this light, step 6 is still difficult, but not at all impossible. The only urgent thing is that we make a beginning and keep trying. Okay, in that step we became willing. We said, okay, God, if you'll help, I'll help. I'll cooperate in every possible way. We move on to step 7. And here we begin to practice a principle in our lives that we're going to need for the rest of our lives if we want to have the peace and calm that this program and the freedom is humility. Because it takes us out of the center of us. And humility, the word, scared me to death in the beginning. And I wish I would have paid more attention to what the 12 and 12 says here about humility. Because it puts it in a more practical way that I had it. I had it in the hair shirt bracket, sitting up on the mountaintop, contemplating. Humility was just a real weird thing as far as I was concerned. And I couldn't see how you could be effective and be humble. I started like Mac Davis in his song, oh Lord, it's hard to be humble. But I found out that I had the wrong idea about humility. It says, humbly ask Him to remove our shortcomings. Let's see what it says. It says, since this step so specifically concerns itself with humility, we should pause here to consider what humility is and what the practice of it can mean to us. Indeed, the attainment of greater humility is the fundamental principle of each of AA's 12 steps. For without some degree of humility, no alcoholic can stay sober at all. Didn't say with perfect, but with some degree of humility. And if you don't look out trying to practice this program, you get a little more and a little more and a little more each day. Nearly all AAs have found, too, that unless they develop much more of this precious quality than may be required just for sobriety, they still haven't much chance of becoming truly happy. And I'm greedy for that, too. Truly happy. And to really know what truly happy means, not, ring-a-ding-da-do, everybody up and around. But that quiet in a storm as it goes through, that quiet that we can have. Without it, they cannot live to much useful purpose without this little bit of this humility. Or, in adversity, be able to summon the faith that can meet any emergency. Humility as a word and as an ideal has a very bad time of it in our world. Not only is the idea misunderstood, the word itself is often intensely disliked. Many people haven't even a nodding acquaintance with humility, and look what he tells us, as a way of life. Humility is a quality, all right, but it's a quality that encompasses attitudes, our whole outlook, the way of life that we lead, just trying to do the right thing. If one day you get up and, God, help me keep my thinking straight today. Just trying with that. And humility becomes a way of life rather than a thing. We can identify anger because, our blood pumps that our face gets red and, shooting stars out of our eyes and all that kind of stuff. You can identify envy and jealousy with certain acts and thoughts. But humility, it's hard to think of it. In fact, it can't be pinned down to a definition or a reaction. It's a way of life, he says here, and I was so happy when I began to get a little understanding of what he was talking about. so that when I did ask Him to remove these defects of character, then I could do it in a way that my life will be here for you, God. It's going to be fertile ground, so start planting. I'll do the tilling of the soil, and you make everything else grow for me, please. I have to till that soil. I have to make it ready. I can't just say, God, I'm being so good that I know you'll do all this stuff for me. That's an attitude. Much of the everyday talk that we hear and a great deal of what we read highlights man's pride in his own achievements. Goes on to a list, and just to think of all the achievements that man has made. My little father passed away 2 years ago. He was 97 years old. And God bless him, he went out cussing the Astros and the Oilers because they wouldn't win a ball game. But he had such a beautiful, full life. Can you imagine a 97-year span? Think of all the things that this man witnessed in his life. He went from the horse and buggy, with just the horse first, because they weren't even, didn't have a buggy. Just the horse. To watching a man get out and walk on the moon, to an old pot-bellied wood stove, to a microwave, airplanes, telephones, radios, television. This man had watched it all. And we're watching a lot of it. And it tends to give us an idea that, man can do anything. Just do anything. And this is natural for us to believe this because we've seen these miraculous things happen. And we're in for a lot more miraculous things. Technology is just going crazy. Watch these kids in school now. They don't have to take their pencil and paper and do any kind of math. They just start punching buttons. I say, dadgummit, why couldn't we have done it that way when I was learning it? But it seemed like magic all over. Everywhere we look, there's technology going on. And we have a tendency then to think that it's man's job to really use our full potential, which it is, but that we can accomplish all these things. Do we have the idea, in other words, that that all man's accomplishments were done just because men were so smart that they figured it out? I imagine, God had a little bit to do with them getting out and shooting golf balls on the moon. I imagine so. The intelligence, the discipline that it took to not only make that thing, but to take those men and give them that self-discipline and that training, vigorous, hard training. I was always amazed. My husband flew for 22 years in 2 wars with people shooting at him. And when he retired from the United States Air Force, he didn't even have ingrown toenails. It amazed me that this man could fly an airplane for that long and go through 2 wars. But see, he was self-disciplined. He disciplined himself. He followed a set of a code of rules, a code of living. If he would have climbed in that airplane any time and the mind wasn't clear, one of those people shooting at him might have gotten him. So man contributes, yes, but man doesn't do it all. He doesn't send those storms that those airplanes have to fly through. And no matter how ready the astronauts are to go and how ready the machine is, the spaceship ready to go, if the weather says, it doesn't go. They control everything that's going on in all this space exploration except the weather. And there it is. It keeps them grounded. It keeps them from taking off. So see, we're not quite as big in control as we think we are. If I train myself to think of those things, then I can realize who's really in charge here. Who's really in charge. On page 72 down at the bottom it says, For us, the process of gaining a new perspective was unbelievably painful. It was only by repeated humiliations that we were forced to learn something about humility. It was only at the end of a long road marked by successive defeats and humiliations and the final crushing of our self-sufficiency that we began to feel humility as something more than a condition of groveling despair. Every newcomer in Alcoholics Anonymous is told and soon realizes for himself that his humble admission of powerlessness over alcohol is his first step toward liberation from its paralyzing grip. The minute we know, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore. I can't. All my big ideas of control and changing cities and changing spouses and changing everything is not working. I've got to have help. That's our first step into humility. That's our first step. On down in that middle paragraph it says, when we finally admitted without reservation that we are powerless over alcohol, we are apt to breathe a sigh of relief saying, well, thank God. That's over. I'll never have to go through that again. Then we learn, often to our consternation, that this is only the first milestone on the new road that we're walking. Still goaded by sheer necessity, we reluctantly come to the grips with those serious character flaws that made problem drinkers of us in the first place. The fact that the first part of my life, I didn't feel any guilt about lying because I hadn't done any big lying and excuse making and rationalizing because I didn't have to. But when I put something in my life, circumstances, that I had to start being a liar, then I became a liar and a cheat. These character flaws that made us problem drinkers, flaws which must be dealt with to prevent a retreat into alcoholism once again. We'll want to be rid of some of these defects, but in some instances this will appear to be an impossible job from which we recoil. And we cling with a passionate persistence to others which are just as disturbing to our equilibrium because we still enjoy them too much. How can we possibly summon the resolution and the willingness to get rid of such overwhelming compulsions and desires? But again, we are driven only by the inescapable conclusion which we draw from AA experience that we surely must try with a will or fall by the wayside. At this stage of our progress, we are under heavy pressure and coercion to do the right thing. We are obliged to choose between the pains of trying and the certain penalties of failing to do so. These initial steps along the road are taken grudgingly, yet we do take them. We may still have no very high opinion of humility as a desirable personal virtue, but we do recognize it is as necessary aid to our survival. As we go along, the humility seeps in where we don't even recognize it as a particular trait or not. But unless we get to the point of, God, I'll do my part. I'm going to cooperate, and by my trying to practice the opposite, then I'm going to be helping you. If I just sit here and continue to nurse all these defects of character and to really hold on to them with all my might and enjoy them, I'm not cooperating with Him. Because He doesn't want me to be that way. He doesn't want me to be spiteful and ugly to people and critical, arrogant, egotistical. God doesn't want me to be like that. Because He wants to use each and every one of us, not only those of us in AA, but He likes to use people. You reckon that's why He put us down here? to use us in His own fashion, sometime in very small things. Maybe just use us as being a good spouse. When you add to the life of the person that you live with and love instead of taking away from it, don't you think you're doing what God wants you to do? If you just are good at your job and try to be the very best that you can, you got the job somehow or another. It didn't, just fall into your lap. You work hard for it. And you continue to work hard for it. And you succeed. Don't you think that's what God, He doesn't want us to fail. He didn't set that example for us, and the power that He's handing us and saying, I'll share this power with you if you do the footwork. In the middle of page 76, it says, the chief activator of our defects has been self-centered fear. Primarily fear that we would lose something that we already possessed or would fail to get something we demanded. That's what I was doing to him. I was demanding that he quit drinking. And it was fear. That was the base of it, fear and envy. And they're tied together. Fear that if I continued to have to live with the alcohol all around me, that I wouldn't be able to do it. But the minute I got enough humility to say, now wait a minute. As I told you this morning, my attitude can change about this. I don't have to change him. I don't have to make him do anything. And I don't have to waste time trying to make him do anything. Because I knew this man well enough by then to really know that I wasn't going to change him. He was very solid. He was not a wishy-washy person. Wishy-washy people don't fly airplanes and say, well, I wonder which way we go now. No, I think I'll go the other way. I'll take this runway. It looks better. No. But see, I was so afraid that I couldn't do what I thought I wanted to do to avoid the alcohol and to make that job easier if I didn't have to look at those bottles and didn't have to smell that alcohol on him. But the minute I said, and it was brought to my attention by a good sponsor, because I told Rose one time, y'all get a kick out of this, I said, Rose, because I was belly aching and griping and carrying on, even though I'd been sober for a little over a year. But I was I was a sober alcoholic. We are talking painfully sober. But I wasn't about to be happy about it. And I wasn't going to let anybody around me be happy about it either. I was sober. Wasn't that enough? And I remember telling Rose, still sitting on that pity pot, and saying, Rose, you just don't know what it's like. I sit there and I watch him drink. And Rose said, wait a minute, Willie. And being from Montgomery, Alabama, that took 15 minutes for her to say that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Willie. What'd you say, honey? And I said, you don't know what it's like. I thought maybe she was losing her hearing or something. I said, you don't know what it's like to sit there and watch him drink. And those pretty steel blue eyes looked at me and she said, well, Willie, why do you sit there and watch him? Whole new idea, Why was I doing that? So I could sit on that pity pot and feel sorry for Willie. I had wheels, I had money, I had, why did I sit there and watch him? So when he'd start drinking, I'd just get busy in the kitchen, I'd get busy in the bathroom, I'd get busy in the bedroom, I'd get busy out in the yard. I didn't have to sit there and watch him sip. Oh, God, he sipped. He sipped. And he was the kind of drinker that, would come in the afternoon and he'd say, well, I'm going to have a couple of drinks and we'll eat about 7. He'd fix them up, going off into the other room. Okay. At 7 o'clock, here he came. It was time to eat. Don't you understand that? And if he had this much left in his glass, he would come over and he would pour it down my sink. I would watch it go all the way down. I cried a lot there in the beginning. But that's what the fool would do. He'd come in and pour it out. Because, don't you understand, it was 7 o'clock, it's ready to eat. See, no comprehende. Couldn't understand this. But I would watch him do all that stuff, see, so that I could feel sorry for Willie. And when she said, "Why do you sit there and watch him?" That's when, I got a little glimmer of, Willie, you're in control here. God's not going to do that for you. You're in control. You can make yourself scarce. You don't have to run from it. Because I couldn't do that. Wasn't any place to run. And I was tired of running during the drinking. But I could change my attitude. I could get me something to do and wait till he, get that supper ready and not worry about how much he poured down my sink. Even though it still did hurt. I don't know. To see all that good booze going. But I think the chief thing that it's trying to tell us that I can get out of step 7 is that to humbly, and that means the humble comes from the fact that I must. In order for him to remove all these defects of character, I've got to be humble enough to say, I'm going to give it everything I got down here too. I'm going to try to make every day. And I've had so many things to help me along the way on that. I had a beautiful Canadian friend to give me this beautiful prayer that so many of you have seen. And it's going around AA, and I love it. But he gave it to me about 11, 12, longer than that, maybe 15 years ago. He told me, he said, "Willie, I have a real good prayer that will help you. It's helped me over the years." And he said, every night when I go to bed, I say this little prayer. God, let everybody tomorrow treat me as I treated them today. Think about it. Let everybody tomorrow treat me as I treated them today. That helps keep me in line real good. Because when I say that prayer at night, I know I'm going to say it, so I behave myself pretty good all day long. Because I believe God does what you ask Him to do in His own way, in His own time. And if I'm ugly to somebody, if I bring any kind of unhappiness into their lives, I got to say my prayer that night. And I get real shaky when I start saying it too. And a lot of times I want to say, except, don't pay me back for that because I really didn't mean it. We have some weird conversations sometimes. But it's just helped me to be a little more cautious about how I treat my fellow man. Because this is what we're going into now, is having the humility to ask for these defects of character. We're making a little more fertile ground here for these next 2 steps that we straighten up with our fellow man. 8 and 9. Now we've gotten okay with our power. We've made a beginning with that power greater than ourselves. We've made a beginning on trying to get to know ourselves better and to correct our defects by practicing the opposite. Now we get into being the best possible people that we can be towards our fellow man. Because, we haven't had much regard for them, have we? Not very much at all. Step 8, our principle there is brotherly love. And that sounds so carny. I know some of you younger ones, that's carny. If we don't love our brothers, who we going to love? That's all we got. We don't have anything else to deal with. We deal with people. We deal with each other. And those dealings are all we have, really. Think about what's really important in your life. The people. I don't see any of us going off on a desert island and living all by ourselves because we want those people. We want them in our lives, and we want the best possible relationship that we could possibly have with them. And this is where we start out. So brotherly love is not real carny. It's something that to have that best possible relationship with other people. And here's where we begin on it. That step 8 made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. And of course we all know about this step. It says step 8 and 9 are concerned with personal relations. First, we take a look backwards and try to discover where we have been at fault. Next, we make a vigorous attempt to repair the damage that we've done. And third, having thus cleaned away the debris of the past, we consider how, with our newfound knowledge of ourselves, we may develop the best possible relations with every human being that we know. Not just our fellow alcoholics. Doesn't say that. With every human being that we know. And this is a very large order, he goes on to say. It's a task which we may perform with increasing skill, but never really finish. Learning how to live in the greatest peace, partnership, and brotherhood with all men and women of whatever description. And that's a stickler, isn't it? Of whatever description. I have to deal with those people as carefully that I do not really care for too much as I do with the ones I like. If I want to be whole, I have to know that I'm going to run into some people sometime that just don't hit me the right way. And I just, can't cotton to all their ideas. We were talking at lunch. I went out to California. I better not. Clancy's not here, is he? Good. Went out to California, and I had to, develop the best possible relations that I possibly could with, they're sitting out there. They got purple hair on this side, and they got green hair on this side, and they got a safety pin through this cheek, and a nose ring. And see, this is sort of foreign to a Texan. I mean, but I was out there for the weekend, and see, it's all right. They're doing their thing, and it was up to me to have the best possible camaraderie with them as I could. If I had been, stood up there and looked down at all these, to me, strange things, and felt that, but immediately I asked God when I got there, God, help me out here. I need a little help. Because I have to, it doesn't make any difference what description, because that's what our 12 and 12 tells us. Whatever description. This newfound knowledge, we may develop the best possible relations. This is a very large order, and it's one, like it said, we'd never really finish. Learning how to live in the greatest peace and partnership and brotherhood is a fascinating adventure. God, I love that word. If you're new in AA and you think this is a road that you really have to trudge and that it's real hard, there's a different meaning to the way we use trudge. That means to go along. But you can either look at it as a hop, skip, and a jump along the way, because skipping and whistling is a lot more fun than trudging. And it means the same thing if we just lighten up on the word. But if we're going to live in that greatest peace that we possibly can, then we need to work out this thing in ourselves that we don't reject people just because they have different ideas. If I'd have been growing up in California with the personality I had, shoot, I'd have probably had, toothpicks and earrings and everything, everywhere. That's why I always, try to tell myself, what do I know? I was in for everything when I was growing up, and into everything. So what makes me think that I wouldn't have had this side purple and this side green? I'd have probably had a black straight down the middle to make them balance, But what I know about the judgment that I mustn't pass on people and about it, and to be willing to take their differences too and their different answers to us. But remember, in step 8, all we doing is making a list. I just cinched up when we got to this one, and Rose said, "Honey, what's the matter?" And I said, "Rose, I'm not ready to go tell these people anything." She said, "Honey, look at what it says. It says make a list. That's all it says. Make a list. Make a list of the people that you've harmed. And then work on, become willing to make amends to them." That's all it's at. It hadn't said anything about amends yet. But making the list was so helpful. Because as that list began to materialize, I realized how much I had to do with the dislike that I had for these people, how much I had brought it on myself. What part did I play? It says every AA in the middle of that paragraph has found that he can make little headway in this new adventure of living until he first backtracks and really makes an accurate and unsparing survey of the human wreckage he has left in his wake. To a degree, he's already done this when taking moral inventory, but now the time has come when he ought to redouble his efforts to see how many people he has hurt and in what ways. And that's what Rose emphasized to me. "Willie, how'd you hurt them?" How? Let's look at how. And let's look at why, so that we can find out a little bit more about you. She said, "When I did mine, I found a lot about Rose by the way I had hurt them. What in me made me want to hurt other people? They're going to get enough hurts in life. What was there about me that made me want to hurt, degrade somebody else that was different from me, or that was just like ways?" And that's what Rose emphasized to me. "Willie, how'd you hurt them?" How? Let's look at how. And let's look at why, so that we can find out a little bit more about you. She said, "When I did mine, I found a lot about Rose by the way I had hurt them. What in me made me want to hurt other people? They're going to get enough hurts in life. What was there about me that made me want to hurt, degrade somebody else that was different from me, or that was just like me? That was more likely." This reopening of emotional wounds, some old and some perhaps forgotten, and some still painfully festering, will at first look like a purposeless and painless piece of surgery. But if a willing start is made, then the great advantage of doing this will so quickly reveal themselves that the pain will be lessened as one obstacle after another melts away. At the bottom of that page, it said, when listing the people we had harmed, most of us hit another solid obstacle. We got a pretty severe shock when we realized that we were preparing to make face-to-face admissions of our wretched conduct to those we had hurt. It had been embarrassing enough when in confidence we had admitted these things to God, to ourselves, and to another human being. But the prospect of actually visiting or even writing the people concerned now overwhelmed us, especially when we remembered in what poor favor we stood with most of them. There were cases, too, where we had damaged others who are still happily unaware of being hurt. Oh, yeah. Why, we cried, shouldn't bygones be bygones? Why do we have to think of these people at all? These are some of the ways in which fear conspired with pride to hinder our making a list of all the people we had harmed. But that's all Step 8 is asking us to do. Make that list and think about the ways that we had harmed them. Put it down there where we can see it. It says, those that are not aware of history are bound to repeat it. And that's very, very true. If I wasn't aware of how I hurt people, how did I know not to keep hurting people? How did I know what there was about me that made me strike out at people, that made me feel a little better? In our inventory, in our 4 steps, so many of the women that we're getting nowadays are home drinkers. They do most of that drinking in that kitchen. They're not out bar hopping. They're not out fiddling around in somebody else's pasture. They're in that house, and they're in that bedroom, or they're in that kitchen, and they're drinking. And when they get to the sex, they just sort of want to overlook it because that just doesn't happen to be one of their problems. But I know Rose told me to consider the fact that I was a woman, and that I could cut another woman's self-esteem by that look that I talked about this morning, or that sarcastic little barb that I could say. I could comment on something she had on and make her feel less. Oh, I see you're wearing your hair a different way. And then just stop right there. And make her feel, like, well, does it look better, or does it, what? But just stop in there, dead still. I see you're wearing your hair different. Period. These little traits that we have. And I know some of you men are good at it. I'm not getting y'all off the hook at all. Not all of you, but, you men going to have to admit we're better at it than y'all are. See, we can use our sex as women to manipulate our men. We can give them that old silent treatment. And I know you men can do it, but you can't do it as good, and it's not as effective. Silent scorn. Withdrawing. We can use our womanness. We can turn on those tears and make them feel like that they haven't really been a good husband or a good companion. So, in that 4th step, we remember that as we bring it forward here and talk about changes that we want to make in ourselves, we want to be the type of women that never take away from our men. We give it back to them 100%. And that we don't make them feel less of a man with a look or a remark, and to use that woman tactic of any kind with the tears and with the conniving, which we do real good. Because you men, sometime my man would do anything if I just stopped squalling. That was in the beginning. Then he got where he said, when you stop squalling, I'll come back and talk to you. It wears out if you're around long enough. Okay, before we go into step 9 now, we'll take our break now, and it's 3:15 approximately. Be back in at 3:30, and that'll give us the time to romp around and wake up. 2 or 3 of you fellows, wake up out there, wake up. 9. The principle that we want to put into our lives in this step is judgment. Oh my. I don't know what had happened to y'all's judgment, but I'll tell you, mine was sorely missing. Whether I was sober, so sober that my hair hurt, or whether I was, just coming off of a drunk, my judgment had really gone to, where in a handbasket. I didn't have the capability anymore because I was so into me and what I felt and what I wanted, and that attitude I was talking about a while ago, that judgment was just not part of it anymore. Made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Our first paragraph there, the very first 2 words. Good judgment, a careful sense of timing, courage, and prudence. These are the qualities that we shall need when we take step 9. After we have made the list of people we had harmed, have reflected carefully upon each instance, and have tried to possess ourselves of the right attitude. Attitude is so important in this step. Whether we're doing it because it's the Mickey Mouse thing to do, because we are told to do it, all right, we'll go out and do this. And if that's our attitude, we're not going to do as thorough and as good a job, and we're not going to get the feeling from it that we will get if we have that right attitude. Look, I owe these people. Whether I did them what I considered little harms, how do I know that? I don't really know the extent of the harm that I did them. And so much of my harm was done when I was sober. Because I learned pretty quick to do the light drinking at the officers' club and the heavy drinking after I got home and my man went to bed. That's when I would slip quietly out and go get into my supply. No, the harm I had done people, a lot of it was done when I was stone cold sober. And I didn't know what this step was all about in the beginning. I thought it was the harm I had done people when I was drinking. That right attitude in which to proceed, we'll see that the making of direct amends divides those we should approach into several classes. There will be those who ought to be dealt with just as soon as we become reasonably confident that we can maintain our sobriety. There are those to whom we can make only partial restitution, lest complete disclosure do them or others more harm than good. There are other cases where action ought to be deferred for a little while, do some more good judgment thinking. And still others in which by the very nature of the situation we shall never be able to make amends, direct personal contact at all. Most of us began making certain amends of kinds of direct amends from the day that we joined Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's true. Our families, the people that loved us, even though I wasn't a booming success for the first 4 years that I was in, each time I would go back, it gave my husband a little bit more to hang on to, and he was hanging on by his fingernails. And as I said, not because of the drunkenness, or drinking too much. It wasn't all that big a deal in the service. That's, you went to a party at the officers' club, and that was the main object, was to party. And so it wasn't that wasn't the thing that was disturbing him. The change in me when I was sober, the change in my outlook on life. He told me one time, he said, Willie, I really don't know why you drink at all. Because you're not yourself when you drink. Now see, he was talking about he had married somebody real outgoing and fun-loving. I love to dance rather than eat, and I love to eat. But I love to dance, and I'm on that dance floor, and I like to party. I can party, of course, a lot better now than I used to. But I like those good times. And he'd say, you withdraw. And I did. It started working not as a thing that I was doing because everybody else was doing it. And I loved everything that went with drinking. I loved the little bars. I had, been born and raised there in Texas and gone through college in Texas, and I had started teaching there in Houston. And then I met my man and married him. He was stationed at Scottsfield, Illinois, right across the river from St. Louis. And man, he moved me into a world that I had just seen on that big silver screen. And I just thought I had died and gone to heaven, is what I thought. But And the partying and the getting all dressed up and going to the clubs and the little combo sitting over there in the corner and the smoke so thick you could just cut it with a knife. And I loved everything about drinking. And it was the first time, of course, I'd had home brew back in Spring, Texas. Everybody made home brew. You can't find a good bunch of Germans that you don't find a good bunch of home brew back in those days. The preacher didn't get up and, preach against the evils of drink because he made good home brew. I'd had, some people, when they hear my story, I get halfway through it and I haven't, mentioned any drinking, and they think I might have stayed in one room and they squirted it to me through the keyhole. But no, drinking just wasn't a big part of my first years. It wasn't a big part of my life. But then when it got to be where I put it into my system on a regular basis, that's when the allergy manifested itself. And that's when I began to change. And change basically, instead of the outgoing person that I was. And when I thought, I haven't really hurt anybody. What harms have I done people? And thorough reading of this step in both the big book and this book too, in this 12 and 12, gives us a little better idea of what kind of harms that we have done people. It gives us the suggestions as it does in the big book. Most of us begin by making certain direct amends when we join Alcoholics Anonymous. The moment we tell our families that we are really going to try the program, the process has begun. And see, I didn't mean it, but it gave him something to hang on to. And each time I would slip, I'd say, I'm going back to meetings again. Then that built that hope up a little bit more. So I was making amends in a way, even though I didn't mean to. They were false amends in the beginning. But the fact that I did keep going back and going back and going back did mean an awful lot. And it was the beginning of the amends. We want to come in the door shouting the good news. After coming home from our first meeting, or perhaps after we finish reading the book, Alcoholics Anonymous, we usually want to sit down and with some member of the family and readily admit the damage that we have done by our drinking. Almost always we want to go further and admit other defects that have made us hard to live with. This will be a very different occasion, and in sharp contrast with those hangover mornings when we alternated between reviling ourselves and blaming the family and everyone else for our troubles. At this first sitting, it is necessary only that we make a general admission of our defects. It may be unwise at this stage to rehash certain harrowing. Oh, yes. Good judgment will suggest that we ought to take our time. While we may be quite willing to reveal the very worst, we must be sure to remember that we cannot buy our own peace of mind at the expense of others. And that's where the good judgment. Bill showed good judgment, didn't he, when he put this clear over at the ninth step? Because we've done so much so far. We've dug out some of these things. We've gotten ourselves into a position where the good judgment, as good as we can muster, and it didn't say perfect judgment, just as good as we can possibly do, is a little bit easier by the time we get to step 9. We've had some experience. We've already done a lot of amends. When we're going through these steps and really trying to change our life and little things, our attitude and everything is beginning to change, then we've made a lot of amends. But in this, in our steps 6 and 7, we become aware of those things that made us do it. The defects that have crept into our character, that a lot of them we didn't even know they were there. That hatefulness is another word us gals use, and you men do too. But the hatefulness that women can have and the sarcasm that we can use, as I say, to cut people down. We don't think about that as harming other people. In the beginning, I kept thinking of the big ways. I'd never run over anybody. I'd never, done anything big. I wanted something big to deal with here. Not realizing that really the big things were not the things that were eating my soul up. That's not where the soul sickness was coming from. It was all those little things that I had become. With the not having confidence in myself anymore, I wanted to break yours down. I wanted to get to you. And these were little pieces. It was attitude as much as anything else. When we make these amends, I can assure you, if you're putting off this step and dreading it, if you're helping somebody else to get through it, try to tell them that they're going to gain a lot more than they give. Because a lot of these people really weren't harmed as much as we were harming ourselves. Women were used to being cut down by other women. So it wasn't all in big deal. But see, I had to go tell them, I wasn't very careful. And I'm sorry if I said anything that was unkind. This did me good. And after all, that's what we're after. That's what we talk about, newcomer, when we talk about this being a selfish program. Because by doing this direct amends, making that list and then taking it and dividing it into the categories where it belongs, that's where we really begin to start feeling good again and a little bit more confident and seeing that this is the path that we really want to be on. We don't want to be on that muddy road anymore. We want some smooth driving. Okay, let's go over to step 10. Our principle there is perseverance. Oh my. Keeping on. That's a quality, that's a principle that we want to carry into all of our affairs. And by the time we get to step 10, these are our growing steps, 10, 11, and 12. These are the steps that we grow on. I hope I always stay green in Alcoholics Anonymous because green things grow. I hope I never get to the point where I think there's no more that I can possibly learn about this program. Because if I go at it in the attitude of this is a way of life, and if I can keep my enthusiasm, nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm. It overcomes discouragement. It gets things done. And furthermore, it's contagious. Foist it off on other people. Have that enthusiasm for life, for this program, for the new things that you found and the new ways you found to do them. And that enthusiasm, I know, it enables me to get things done when I don't think it's possible. But just to bow my neck and say, I'm going to get it done. Dennis has done a good job. And all the people that helped him here by just bowing their necks and saying, we're going to get this done. It's something you wanted to do. And it's a big job. I know how big this job is. To put something like this on. Whether it's a small function or a medium function or a big old function. There's all these little details. But having that perseverance to just keep on doing. Continue to take your personal inventory. And when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. And boy, on that one, my ring around word is promptly. That's the one that I have to look out for. But when we get to our growing steps here, Bill Wilson gave a talk out in San Francisco one time, and he made a statement that I went up and questioned him about later because it just wasn't quite clear about it. He said, better is the greatest enemy of best. He said, people come to AA and they quit drinking and they get better. And they settle for that. And they don't ever get to be their best. Because all he had said in the talk was that better is the greatest enemy of best. And when I questioned him about it, he added that. People come to AA, they quit drinking, and they get better. And they settle for that and don't ever get to be their best. There's where my greed comes in real handy. Because I want to get better and better at my program. Because I'm in the autumn years of my life. And I want to go out as happy as I am now. You know, we look around so many times for things to be grateful for, and we think of big things. I look out at the ocean, and it's a beautiful sight, and sunsets. And when I was coming in on the plane yesterday afternoon, that sunset was absolutely beautiful. And, you know, be grateful for big things like that and for our health and all that. But I have to remember that what's really more important for me is every day of my life to be grateful for the little things. All those little things. Hell, I'm grateful that wrinkles don't hurt. Good Lord, what if they did? Oh, just think about it. Terrible. This program encompasses so much. When we take this inventory on a constant basis, and it talks about the different kinds of inventories that we take, but that one at night before we go to bed in our quiet time in the evening, when we really check up on, say, you know, Willie, how'd you do today? How did you do today? Did you hurt anybody? Did you add anything to anybody's life? Small thing, small. I don't do many big deeds for people. You don't have that many opportunities, but little small things. Telling the girl in the drugstore that color looks pretty on her. Little things. Did I do that? And if I did do anything wrong, am I willing to promptly, I know what Willie will do if she doesn't do it promptly. Bill picked his words very carefully. Promptly admitted it. If I do something that I know I ought not to have done, and you let me fool around with it for a while, it ain't my fault at all. It's yours. If you wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have did that. And I think that's a universal human trait. When I was teaching, I put up little signs every Monday morning with what I called, and the kids got used to it. My high school kids would come in looking for the sign, for the new sign on Monday. And I would put these wise old Indian sayings, I called them. And, of course, it was nothing but AA philosophy. They just didn't know it. But one of them I said, you know, when you make a mistake, quick, blame somebody. Because we talked about these. They wanted to, bam, what do you mean by that? So it gave me an opportunity to tell them, you know. I even brought in a little cartoon that I had found, and I had it blown up, and it was Humpty Dumpty, and he was sitting there with the psychologist, and he said, but I didn't fall, I was pushed. And see, that's a human trait. Is that when we do mess up, we look around to find somebody who pushed us in the mess. Because I'm too up there to get in this mess by myself. I got to blame somebody. But that promptly took care of that. When Rose and I went through it, she said, you know, Willie, that's a real important word. I'd tell Rose, I told her one time, I said, Rose, I was a little bit snippy with the I don't know whether it was cleaners or the drugstore or grocery store or where, but I said, I'm a little bit snippy today. But after I got to the car, I turned around and went back and told the girl that I was sorry. And she said, you did what? And I said, I turned around, went back and told her I was sorry. Well, now wait just a minute, Willie. Let's read that step 10 again. Because I wanted her to be real proud of me that I had admitted that I was sorry. And she said, let's read it again. It says, when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. She said, Willie, it'd been a lot better. It's easy to tell people you're sorry. But it's a little bit harder and a little more character building to say, I was wrong. You remember the Fonz? The Fonz couldn't get out. Remember when he used to say, I was wrong? He couldn't get out the word wrong. That's so much harder to get out than I'm sorry. God, we said we were sorry thousands of times, over and over and over when we were drinking. But saying I was wrong, dead wrong, I should not have been rude to you. Rose knew that that'd make a better person out of me. And that's what the step says. Promptly admit it. Wrong. And that helped me to, come on, Willie, get down off that high horse. That's saying I'm sorry. That's dodging the issue. But just saying, I was wrong to say that, hon. I'll make sure I'm not rude to you again. And whether she accepts it or not, or he or whoever I'm dealing with, is not important. It's just important that I do what step 10 tells me to do. It says, as we work the first 9 steps, we prepare ourselves for the adventure, there's my word again, of a new life. But when we approach step 10, we commence to put our AA way of living to practical use, day by day, in fair weather or foul. Because that's what life's going to do. There's going to be fair days. We all happy this weekend. We're here protected. We're having a good time. And then each one of us Sunday, we go back into the jungle. We go back into the real world. And in your living, you people that are new, you're going to run into lots of foul weather. Because that's what life is all about. See, God found out He was real wrong in the very beginning. He put Adam and Eve in this paradise. They had everything they wanted. Their heart's desire, everything was right there in that paradise. What'd they do? They blew it. So when He fashioned us human beings, He knew that we had to have some foul weather. That things couldn't be just paradise. Because if we did, if we had everything, just think, if we were happy all the time, those kind of people that are happy all the time, they got them locked up. And the walls are rubber, That's not life. That's not living. We have a program here that's going to see us through fair weather and that foul. If you doubt it, stick around long enough. Watch some of your people walk through what they have to walk through. That they're not the least bit prepared for. That never in their wildest dreams could it have happened. You have friends going through things now that are rough. I hope they're drunks that have gotten into this program and sobered up. We have the tools to deal with that foul weather. And so many people, God bless them, don't have it. A lot of them find those tools in their church. A lot of them have those tools and use them. And they are ready for them. But we've lost our hammers and nails and boards and everything else along the way. But with the tools of this program and the attitude towards life that we can develop, and put it to practical use and stay sober in that fair weather and foul. He said, and then comes the acid test. Can we stay sober, keep in emotional balance, and live to good purpose under all conditions? A continuous look at our assets and liabilities and a real desire to learn and grow by this means are necessities for us. We alcoholics have learned this the hard way. More experienced people, of course, in all times and places have practiced unsparing self-survey and criticism. For the wise have always known that no one can make much of his life until self-searching becomes a regular habit, until he is able to admit and accept what he finds, and until he patiently and persistently tries to correct what is wrong. When I've sat in AA meetings a lot of times, and a newcomer, maybe not brand new, but maybe they've been there for a good while, and they'll say, "What y'all talk about this dry drunk business? What is a dry drunk?" Okay, we go around the table and everybody explains what they think a dry drunk is. It's in the book. We're just fixing to read about it. So when it comes my turn, I grab my little 12 and 12. I have one that fits in my purse, the smaller one. And I say, well, let's see what the 12 and 12 says about a dry drunk. And then maybe if you have any questions, let me know. When a drunk has a terrific hangover because he drank heavily yesterday, he cannot live well today. But there's another kind of hangover which we all experience whether we are drinking or not. And that's the emotional hangover, the direct results of yesterday's and sometimes today's excesses of negative emotions. And look what they are: anger, fear, jealousy, and the like. If we would live serenely today and tomorrow, we certainly need to eliminate these hangovers. Now, that doesn't mean that we need to wander morbidly around in the past. It requires an admission and correction of errors now, immediately after we make them. Quick, quick, quick. Our inventory enables us to settle with the past. When this is done, we're really able to leave it behind us. When our inventory is carefully taken and we have made peace with ourselves, the conviction follows that tomorrow's challenges can be met as they come. That's the old accumulation theory. If we don't let our washing girls, stack up day after day after day after day, if we don't let the garbage sit in the kitchen day after day after day, if we take that garbage out, if we get that washing done, the house smells a lot better. If we take care of this just like we do with our life inside of us, just like we do our other life, tend to stuff as quickly as you can. That doesn't mean you have to stop traffic and jump out in the middle of the freeway and do it. I want to take everything to the extreme. It just means that tend to that as soon as they come so they won't pile up and make us cross and irritable and discontent. Because that's what they'll do. You pile one on top of the other. And by correcting them promptly, by admitting them promptly, see why you did it, am I getting off the track a little bit? That's what they're talking about. As they come. Although all inventories are alike in principle, the time factor does distinguish one from another. There's the spot check inventory, taken at any time of the day whenever we find ourselves, and look what oh goodness, this is such, Bill used words so well. When we find ourselves getting tangled up. Isn't that a good way to put it? Because see, some days I feel like a spool of thread or a fishing line that, man, I have attacked that spool. You know, I have really jumped on that thing. I'm going to get it straightened out here in nothing flat. Doesn't work. I can't allow myself, because all I'm doing is getting it more tangled. I have to do it patiently, correct where I've gotten it messed up here, correct where I've gotten it messed up here. You fellows with your fishing line, you know how it is when you pop it out there and it's just blah, 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 blah. And if you grab that thing and attack it, but no, you're going to get it more and more and more tangled. That's why we don't let it accumulate. You stop that fishing line just as quick as you can, and if we see our spool of thread getting tangled, we stop it. Our ball of yarn, whatever. But I think his use of the word tangled up, that spot check whenever we find ourselves getting tangled up. We can step back and think for a minute. God, don't we hate to do that. Lord. Step back and think before we act. This is not a regular reaction out of us. We like to act and then think about how we wish we wouldn't have acted. But there's the one that we take at the day's end when we review the happenings of the hours just past. Here we cast up a balance sheet, crediting ourselves with things well done. And I hear people say, you know, well, it's not good for you to, you know, put anything on that credit side. You're just blowing smoke there. No. I've got to stop every once in a while and say, Willie, you did good. You did good, hon. I'm glad you took the time and the patience. You did a good job. I have to do that. God's trying to change with me, and I know He's doing it. And when I say, Willie, you did good, I'm really telling God, see there, God? You're helping me, and it shows. And if I, you know, that's not making a big brag out of it. That's just knowing when I've been bad and when I've been good. And I'm glad the book tells us that. And chalking up debits where due. Then there are those occasions when alone or in the company of our sponsors or spiritual advisors, we make a careful review of our progress since the last time. Many AAs go in for annual and semi-annual house cleanings. Many of us also like the experience of an occasional retreat from the outside world where we can quiet down for an undisturbed day or so of self-overhaul and meditation. On down in that next paragraph, it says, the emphasis on inventory is heavy only because a great many of us have never really acquired the habit of an accurate self-appraisal. Once this healthy practice has become grooved, it will be so interesting and profitable that the time it takes won't be missed. For these minutes and sometime hours spent in self-examination are bound to make all the other hours of the day better and happier. That's what I'm after. And at length our inventories become a regular part of everyday living rather than something unusual and set apart. See, I'm taking an inventory when that man does cut me off on the freeway, or woman, either one. I don't exchange that word. Man is mankind to me, so that's... But when they cut me off on that freeway, I'm doing a self-inventory check when I keep myself from, you sure, it's quiet. And that whole car fills with blue smoke. I'm saying, Willie, hey, hold it, kid. Wish him well as he goes down the road. Wish everybody else he comes in contact with well. That's a spot check. I mustn't hold it and keep on nursing it till I get time to tend to it that night. No, because it's going to ruin the rest of my drive to where I'm going. It's going to ruin me after I get there. It gives us so many good suggestions. One over here on page 91. In all these situations we need, look what we need. We need self-restraint, honest analysis of what is involved, a willingness to admit when the fault is ours, and an equal willingness to forgive when the fault is elsewhere. And that sentence, that end of that sentence is just as important as admitting I'm wrong. We need to forgive when the fault is somebody else's too. Whenever I think I can ride herd on other people and what they do, I'm getting Willie into trouble. We need not be discouraged when we fall into the error of our old ways. Bill gives us so much room. For these disciplines are not easy. We shall look for progress, not for perfection. Our first objective will be to develop the development of self-restraint. This carries top priority rating. When we speak or act hastily or rashly, the ability to be fair-minded and tolerant evaporates on the spot. One unkind tirade or one willful snap judgment can ruin our relations with another person for a whole day, or maybe a whole year, and you know and I know that maybe for a whole lifetime. Friendships need to be cherished. They need to be worked on. They can't just be taken for granted. God, we go out of this world, that's all we leave behind us is our friends and the people that have known us. One unkind tirade, one willful snap judgment, that can ruin it. Sometimes, you can go back and say you're wrong and all is forgiven, and sometimes not. No matter how much that person loves you, when we reach out and hurt, that hurt sometimes can't be repaired. And look what it says here. Ooh. Nothing pays off like restraint of tongue and pen. We must avoid quick-tempered criticism and furious, power-driven argument. The same goes for sulking or silent scorn. These are emotional booby traps baited with pride and vengefulness. Our first job is to sidestep the trap. When we are tempted by the bait, we should train ourselves to step back and think. Don't we love to step back and think? That doesn't come natural for us. We have to really work on that all the time. When I'm talking we, I'm talking alcoholic. Me. For we can neither think nor act to good purpose until the habit of self-restraint has become automatic. Automatic. A lot of other good suggestions in there. Let's turn to page 96, step 11. Our principle here that we want to take into our lives and use it is awareness. We feel so unworthy sometimes that we don't feel like we have that conscious contact with God. I've heard in meetings, and I felt that way myself. When I say I've heard in meetings, that it's because I've done the same thing myself. And I've felt I just can't get that conscious contact. I just can't get it. You let me do one little kind thing for somebody, I got it. It isn't all that big a deal. That conscious contact was there. I can feel God pat me on the head, too, and say, Willie, you did good. That conscious contact's going to be there any time I go 1 centimeter out of my way to do something for somebody else. Not big. Not a big deal. Might be something simple as holding a door open for somebody. I've gotten a lot of doors slammed in my face since all this women's lib stuff. They don't know I was born in the generation. I love for the man to hold the door open for me. So many of them gotten scowled at that they've almost quit holding doors. But just thanking the person, stopping long enough to give him a real thank you, not just, but to give him a thanks. Appreciate it. You can't get too far away from a conscious contact when you're paying attention, when you're being aware of everything around you and everybody that's going to come in contact with you. Praying only for the knowledge of His will and the power to carry that out. It says prayer and meditation are our principal means of conscious contact with God. Meditation comes in many forms. Thinking. Meditating means to think. And that's all. It doesn't mean high up on the mountaintop, down by the seashore. But to stop and think, how can I make this day better? It says we AA are active folks enjoying the satisfaction of dealing with the realities of life, usually for the first time in our lives, and strenuously trying to help the next alcoholic who comes along. So it isn't surprising that we often tend to slight serious meditation and prayer as something not really necessary. To be sure, we feel it is something that might help us to meet an occasional emergency. But at first, many of us are apt to regard it as a somewhat mysterious skill of the clergyman, from which we may hope to gain a second-hand benefit, or perhaps we don't believe in these things at all. But just taking the time in the beginning, if you can't get into the serious meditation, Rose told me, said, well, if you can't get into that, just sit down for a few minutes during the day. 15 minutes here, 10 minutes here. Just sit down for a minute and just think, am I comfortable with myself? Do I feel good? If I don't, what's going on, Willie? You're getting yourself tangled up here. She said, start with that kind of meditation. God knows you're talking to Him. He doesn't have to be formally addressed. Your power knows that you're talking to Him. When you're sitting there saying, what's going on here? Why am I uncomfortable? Do I need to shape up this attitude? And sometimes we think that, I wanted a preacher to pray me well. I wanted him to pray me good, because they come into hospitals and places like that, would you like for me to pray for you? So I just, and a lot of times when we go to church, the preacher prays for us. I love the story of Sister Ignatius that helped so much there in town's hospital and attended to Bill and many, many others. She loved drunks. Beautiful little nun. She loved them. She said she was terribly tired one day because fooling with a whole ward full of drunks. And back in those days, they weren't the dainty, pretty little drunks that sometime we make calls on, and they're, not in that, oh mercy, not in that bad a shape. But she said she was tired of fooling with those drunk men all day long. They had made so many demands on her. And she was walking through they had them just bed after bed after bed, and she was walking through, and one of them reached out and grabbed her. That's when they wore the habits, the full black habits, and the beads swishing and swashing. And this drunk reached out or grabbed her habit, and he said, "Sister, pray for me." And she said before she realized really how tired and spent she was, she jerked his hand away and said, "Pray for yourself. The Lord loves to hear from strangers." And God bless her, she told that on herself. And I just, as we go along in this program, we have various spiritual experience for me has been that when something doesn't go like I want it to, that I still do the right thing. A spiritual experience for me is that little voice that tells me what to do when something goes wrong. I was sitting in a meeting one night, and man popped up and he said that he had had a real spiritual experience because he had gone to this concert and he had gone around and around the block, and sure enough, somebody pulled out right in front of the concert hall, and he just zipped in there and got him a parking place. And that, that was a real spiritual experience, that God had gotten him that parking place. Well, I call that, God of the parking lot, because it's more likely with me that I have to park 5 blocks down the road and go to the concert and come back out and all my wheels on the car are gone. Okay? Let me see how I handle that. I mean, I think God and I have a real good sense of humor thing going here. He's more likely to let me come back and all 4 wheels are gone, just gone off the car. Now, Willie, what you going to do? It's how I handle situations that come up that become my spiritual experiences. Multitudes of them, not just one great big whomp of a spiritual experience. Very few of us have Bill's vision. Most of ours, and he tells us in here, they're of the educational variety. The way we handle the foul weather, the way we handle all the little mishaps that are going to happen to us. And each time I can get through one of those things, that feel good that I have way down inside of Willie, that's another little spiritual experience for me. And Sam Shoemaker was one of our such good friends, and he told Bill one time, he said, Bill, you can't stay sober on yesterday's spiritual experience. You have to have a constant renewal of that experience. And that's what he was explaining to Bill, that, he saw the lights and got the instant, and God saw that he got it that way, so that he could pass it on, clear down to the likes of us. But many of us have these spiritual experiences and don't recognize them if we're waiting for the big one. But all the little ones, how did we handle it? Did we handle it like we used to? Well, shoot. I'd go out, just leave the car. When I was drinking, I'd leave the car sitting right there, and go to the bar and drink at them. At the low-down, dirty son of a guns that took my wheels off the car. I'd just get drunk at them. Now, that wouldn't do me any good. But if I can just, go ahead and tend to my car, either leave it there and have it picked up later, think, Willie, think. And that's when I have a conscious contact. What's the best thing to do? What's the rational thing to do? What's the best thing that'll leave you in better shape? Conscious contact is not, I thought it was so mysterious at first. I thought it was some sort of a feeling that I was supposed to have that I didn't understand. Never had it. But I didn't realize that it can come in little doses, like good medicine. You don't take 8 pills every day, you just take the one. But it finally gets the illness to go away. A lot of good suggestions if you run into somebody, or if you're having trouble with your step 11 and feel that you don't know what God's will is. Sometimes we have to say, what is the best thing I can do right now for everybody's sake? And when you can think of the best thing that you can do in a situation, you better know that's God's will. Because what does He want us to be? The best we can be. Not the best, but the best we can be. And that's when I know that I have, God's will is in my life, when I'm being the way He wants me to be. Step 12, we go to our last principle. We can work all these into our lives, into our daily lives. The principle of service. Not New York service, not that kind of service, but to be of utmost service to each other in our Alcoholics Anonymous fellowship and to every other human being that we happen to come in contact with. To be of service. That doesn't mean he's groveling do-gooder. But if we can't do any good, be sure we don't do anything that's detrimental. So service is the last principle that we want. Having had a spiritual awakening as the results of these steps, each one of these principles that we have put into our lives and start working on, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. This first paragraph, and there's beautiful, beautiful things in this step 12. You know, step 12, he did an extensive job in the 12 and 12, just like he did in the big book. Step 12 is the only step that a whole chapter is devoted to in the big book. The only one. Working with others. All about step 12. And a lot of good suggestions that he comes up with in our 12 and 12 that he realized later on would help keep us in this direction that he wanted us to go, and that was to help other alcoholics the way we had been helped, to keep that chain going. And the first paragraph explains it so well. The joy of living is the theme of AA's 12th step, and action is its key word. Here we turn outward towards our fellow alcoholics who are still in distress. Here we experience the kind of giving that asks no rewards. Here we begin to practice all 12 steps of the program in our daily lives so that we and those about us may find emotional sobriety. When the 12th step is seen in its full implication, it's really talking about the kind of love that has no price tag on it. None. That means to me, when I sponsor a gal and she stays sober for me and I get to thinking, you know, hot dog, she's really, and then 3 o'clock in the morning, Willie, and she's drunk. What's my love supposed to be for this girl? It's supposed to be the kind that has no price tag on it. She doesn't have to do. Well, if you'd have followed my suggestions, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. You shouldn't have gone back there and blah, blah, blah. That's the price tag I'm putting on the kind of love that I'm supposed to be giving her. Now, that doesn't mean that you fool away your time over and over, you know, year after year with somebody that's giving you, you know, nothing but drunkenness. But I figure if she's sober 2 or 3 months, that beats what she was before she came into the program. My kind of love for you and for all the people in my life must not have a price tag on it. If I do this for you, you have to be grateful to me. If I'm kind to you, then you have to be kind to me, because you owe me. And that gets pretty hard sometimes. You know, I thought we were so unfortunate. I thought I was so unfortunate. When I had to admit that I was an alcoholic, I didn't realize how fortunate. You know, we have the only terminal illness that is immediately arrestable. The only one. We have the only fatal illness that we come out of stronger and happier and braver than when we went into it. Now, isn't that something? And I thought I was so unfortunate to become an alcoholic. I don't know what this is, but I always end everything. I don't know what this beautiful, beautiful program is. But I end with this piece out of the grapevine. A Canadian wrote it. And it was in a 57, 56 grapevine, somewhere in through there. But I'm going to close with this tonight. What we've been talking about, what this program really is, I don't know. And I don't think that anybody can ever really tell us what we've had in this room and what we're going to have here all weekend, what we had last night listening to Don. But I think this covers it better than anything. AA is a spirit. It cannot be touched, nor can it be completely understood. It's as wide as the world and yet small enough to fit snugly into the hearts and the minds of man. It's brought light where only darkness dwelt. It's given hope to the hopeless and help to those who yearned in despair. It's nourished forgiveness in those who knew no pity. It's given strength to the weak and humility to the strong. It spurred to higher goals those who strove for nothing. It's taught patience to the hurried and action to the lazy. To youth, it's given vision, and to the aged, promise. To the lonely, companions, and to the restless, rest. To the sick, it's been a doctor, and to the dying, it has revived the desire to live. It has no judgment against the unteachable, nor has it praise for those who learn. To the outcast, it's been a family, and to the childless, it has given children. To the ignorant, wisdom, and to the wise, tolerance. It's given to all men that which is most precious. It's given a love of life and a love of truth with enough left over to share with each other. Thank you for letting me share with you.